Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Am I on? Are you guys on? New player tutorial series draft. Hello? Are we even here? I mean, that's a real philosophical question, ain't it? Are any of us really here right now? There's a weird school of philosophy out there called solipsism. And solipsism is all about the idea that if other people or things aren't directly in front of you and or you're not thinking about them, they don't actually exist. So yeah, there's your fun fact for today. What are we doing today? Teaching people that are ostensibly brand new to the game what any of this is. What any of it means, how it all intersects, what the dog doing, magnets, how do they work? We have to cringe. I haven't seen cringe around for a while. Let's refresh Signet and then we will get right into it. There is a 70% chance that in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to start chowing down on a rice cake before we begin formally. Before I do that, how are y'all doing? Perfunctory question of the day. It's Wednesday, aka Hump Day. Did you enjoy your day of probably supporting the economy and making sure that goods and services are delivered in a timely manner to the clientele with which they reference and are most pertinent for? I sure did. I think is the best response to that question. We're holding on to about how many orange juice? I currently have 39 jugs of orange juice in our inventory. With my dream pants, making them even more powerful. I'm holding basically like a small swimming pool's worth of more powerful orange juice. So that's gonna be neat. That's gonna be a neat thing for us. Eat some food. Damn, fire crystal prices fell. Lol. I remember, you know, a time not really that long ago in the grand scheme of things where fire crystal stacks and crystals in general, but especially fire, was like 3,000. I wasn't lucky enough to live in a time in a world where crystal prices were reasonable until after I was basically done leveling up during the entirety of the time that it mattered, which hurts me for sure. But let's take a gander and see what old J Dogs is talking about. 800? Yeah, man. If you base any part of your livelihood on fire crystal prices, it do be being a thing and all that. I don't know if they fixed gardening or not, but I had a recent bit of weirdness that has stopped me from gardening completely right now, where I was certain, I still am certain, that I put dark crystals into my grain seed pots and it gave me a bunch of random flowers and rock salt, which is ass. It's supposed to give me light crystals, tartar rice, coral fungus, and I think that's it. And that's not a ton of return, but it's still a return. The fuck am I gonna do with like 20 stacks of rock salt? I get it, I'm a chef, I could make use of it, but 20 stacks? Like, homie, I don't carry around any more than like 6 to 8 at a time, and that's already because my mock house is safe to bursting as is. It's just like that one meme where the kid from Gravity Fall gets a gift and he's like, wow, this is worthless. That's how I felt. Real talk. Typical fashion, compared to last time that we streamed on this, aka Final Fantasy 11 tutorialization, I'm going to say a bunch of words, okay? And a lot of the words that are going to be coming out of my mouth is likely going to be something that is part of the course for a lot of you. I'm going to take these words that about to be coming out of my mouth. That's a hell of a sentence. And chop them up into YouTube clips and then upload them at some near future point into a playlist. And then I'm just going to give it to the community in general and be like, if this is of use to you and you have no idea if you would be interested in this game at all, but you just want some really surface level breakdowns of different mechanics, this is for you. You eat it, all of it. A lot of, and this is not people's fault, okay? Let me just preface it by saying that a lot of the new player material that is out there is in like 40 to 50 minute just torrential downpours of pseudo related information, and it in 90% of the cases from the time that I looked, which was semi recent because I was trying to give just anything to a friend of mine that was brand new, factory brand new, still sealed in his plastic, to Final Fantasy 11. He was like, I want to be taught. And I looked for tutorial information for him on ye old YouTube, and all I could find was stuff from like within a month of the whole ass private server starting, and all no less than like 30 minutes. And if it was less than 10 minutes, which is what I would consider to be like the maximum amount threshold that somebody with ADHD or being like a Zoomer would have a tolerance for, it was all just like it didn't really focus on any particular thing. It's just like a shotgun blast of information. Too long and not searchable garbledygook. And it's not their fault. There is more to this. This game seems deceptively simple. Right? And part of the reason why it's complex is because the game holds so much information back from you and expects you to go through mutual suffering with your comrades, bonding through them, and basically stumbling upon information together. Like, there's only 2 instances in this godforsaken game that I can think of where a NPC that you're dealing with as part of a quest has said, I think that you can find your next steps in this specific part of the world. There's only been 1 instance that I can think of out of those 2 examples where the guy was like, the next part of this quest that you are currently on is at these coordinates in this same area. It's only ever happened once, and I've been playing this game for about like a bazillion years, right? That shit is crazy. It is so unbelievably not handholdy that I think that the more resources that are out there, the better. And I owe so much of this game as like a formative memory structure for me that I feel like I need to give it back to the community in general. And that includes 2 people who will at some point, possibly, maybe, theoretically, on paper, become part of the community themselves. All right, so while we're staring at the ocean, I'm gonna take a chunk of rice cake, if you don't mind. Strange robot man on the internet consuming rice cake ASMR inbound. I could get one of those ear-shaped microphones and just like, you know, the kind that like simulates a human inner ear. Derek, you're a good robot. You need to play Guild Wars 2 with me and the others. I really want to. Melissa, and this isn't me like copping out. It's not like it's not you, it's me type thing that's about to come out of my mouth, even though it's starting to really seem like that. Until or unless I get sick of Final Fantasy 11, which is going to become even less likely. I'm just going to be honest with you. When Treasures of Valorgan comes out for this private server, which is like the upcoming big expansion, I don't see myself getting into Guild Wars 2 in a meaningful way. I do have interest in it. I do want to play it, but either my Final Fantasy XI fixation drops off just enough for me to be like, yeah, I'll play with this other thing for a while, or I learn how to split myself off into two consciousnesses, as if it were the game of Soma. And if you haven't played Soma, go play it. What are you doing paying attention to me? If you like psychological horror, that is chock full of it. Go play Soma. I think it's on Game Pass. What game? Hey, Xantos. It is Guild Wars 2. I played the absolute shit out of Guild Wars 2 when it came out originally. So I have not stopped thinking about it. It just so happens that Final Fantasy XI, even if it's way more mechanically clunky than Guild Wars 2 is by far, it also has the massive, like a massive nostalgia buff associated with it, and also because I like the way that it slaps me around and steps on me, ooh woo, and you know, tells me to slaps me in the face and then tells me I'm pretty. Robots eat rice cakes. This one does. Yeah, I have to simulate eating because I'm still blending in with the rest of the human population, so I have to trick people into believing that I'm one of them. And in order to do that, they have to see me eat food sometimes. I mean, it all just gets vented out like almost instantaneously. As soon as it goes in, it comes out the other end. Treasure Out of God will open up a new world for so much. The ads for Guild Wars are enticing. If someone came up to me and they said Stoic, because that's my real name, what MMO out of Final Fantasy XI, which I know you play, and Guild Wars 2, which I know you've played in the past but aren't currently, which would you recommend to somebody that's getting into MMOs for the first time? 9 out of 10 times, this is my response. 9 out of 10 times, you're going to want to play Guild Wars 2. If you want a game that does not respect your time, okay, I'm just gonna flatly say it, that is wildly obfuscated and punishing, but offers you the opportunity to bond through hell with your fellow teammates who are all going through the same thing, then pick Final Fantasy XI. If you want a game that is like the opposite of that, but also gives you just genuinely fun experiences to partake in with considerably less suffering, then pick Guild Wars 2. And they're going to be like, okay, which game are you playing then? Are you playing Guild Wars 2? And I'll say I'm playing Final Fantasy XI. Oh, man. Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2 are very different gameplays. I've played 2 since beta. I'm currently going through 1. I love Guild Wars 1, but I was too young and stupid, with heavy emphasis on the stupid, to really understand what I was doing. Like I have vague, like, picture book memories of areas in general of Guild Wars 1, but not really remembering anything that I did, which is not a knock on the game at all. Like I said, very young and very dumb. I'm almost to the rice cake, and then they'll start tutorializing. I played 1 a little, but couldn't get into it as much as I'd like. It's still, correct me if I'm wrong, you still buy it and then you get to play it forever. There's no, that's the thing with Guild Wars. Guild Wars 1, and I think it's still the case with Guild Wars 2, is that once you buy it, you can just play it. There's no subscription fee or anything like that, which for an MMO is very unusual. Like, yes, there's a cash shop, and yes, for Guild Wars 2, there's, if I remember correctly, I mean, Lissa's the expert basically here, but for Guild Wars 2, you can pay a subscription, which is basically like I don't know. You fill in the blanks, like more experience, different perks. I'm sure that you get things over time. You have to get the expansions. You're talking about, are you talking about the, oh, I know what you're talking about. I was thinking about the living world things, which correct me if I'm wrong. I think that they're like, they're not expansions per se. They're just like massive story injections that are all connected. No subs? I thought that there was some kind of, maybe I'm thinking of Star Wars The Old Republic. I thought that there was some kind of optional subscription service that gave you stuff, but I could be wrong. Living World before current from Soto, you have to buy? Okay. I think that if you go for a Super Omega Collector's Plus Premium Edition of Guild Wars, that you get the Living World access with it. I loved Star Wars The Old Republic. I played that all the way through to the end, but I played it when it first launched, so I played it before any expansions or anything, which means that basically once I became a Sith god, which I know that this is going to be surprising to you, I played as a whatever the Sith class was that had two lightsabers. I basically played as like a chaotic evil character. Once I killed God, or the God, equivalent in the universe, I remember being dumped off on the ice planet, and there was a ton of PvP, and Sith were wildly outnumbered by the rebels, or the Republic, whichever your chosen parlance is. So I was dropped off on an ice planet, and as far as the story was concerned, that was it. And I was like, I guess I can have my shit pushed in every day and do dailies, or I could just stop here. And I stopped there, and I never went back. I know that there's way more to it now, but that was, that was the end of my experience. You never, SWTOR, like, current end, you never kill him? Well, I beat his ass. I beat his ass pretty good, and then they're like, hey, you beat the guy's ass. You're a Sith Master. Congratulations. Hey, we heard that there's this is canon, by the way, everything that's coming out of my mouth. We hear that there's some good dude. I don't know what words I'm trying to say. Do-gooders? That's what I was trying to say. There are do-gooders on this ice planet. You gotta go over there and go get them.
Yes, Queen, slay!
Slayer.
And I was like, you betcha. I am so unbelievably excited to continue the story. Yes. And then they dropped me off on the ice planet, and they were like, they clapped their hands together as if they were dusting them off, and they were like, thank God we got rid of that guy. He was a fucking psychopath. All right, we're gonna sit in this chair. Sit chair. What are we gonna cover today? Let's look at our draft. Okay, I'm gonna do /marker start tutorial. This is the part where people that are familiar with Final Fantasy XI even a little bit need to just like zone out. Don't leave. Or if you do, just keep out an alt tab, because we need to feed the algorithm. All hail Mr. Bezos. People like watching things that other people like watching, which means also is that if you haven't followed me yet and you want to do me a huge favor at no cost to you, make sure you mash the Everlink Christ out of that follow button just below. It's the purple one. I'm not going to sit on top of that guy, so we're going over here. Let's talk about one of the many aspects of the game that it just doesn't tell you about. You can see it. There's no press X button in order to put a little hand cursor over the thing in order to understand what it is that you're looking at or have context at all. You can even go into like weapon skills and it won't tell you. It'll just tell you deals physical damage. And it maybe, if you're lucky, it'll say deals physical damage with a chance to slow. Things like that. It doesn't tell you that weapon skills, aka special moves, are affected by not only elemental properties sometimes, but are affected by your attributes pretty significantly in some cases. There's something that jumps out at you when you're playing as a thief that says, hey, did you know that when you raise your dexterity, you get additional damage on your sneak attacks? You either look this stuff up on the wiki, which is what you should be doing all the time. Anyway, this is a wiki game. If you try to pretend as if it's like 2002 and you just picked up the game in your local GameStop back when GameStop was good, and you plugged it into your machine or whatever you do with discs, and you have no wiki. There's no wiki, right? There's no information. You are going to have a bad time. This game is overtly reliant on wiki information. So you can either go to Horizon 11, aka horizonxi.com, in order to find said information, and if that's not there, then classic Final Fantasy 11, aka FFXI, .fandom.com, and then the information should be in either one of those two places and typically is replicated between them. Damage varies with TP. Like, what the hell does that mean? Right, exactly. So, let's go through the attributes and let's finally pin down, even though it's on the wiki, let's finally pin down in real time through the power of my simulated human voice that you resonate with each Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard or regional equivalent. Let's look at our stuff. So you see these bars. I don't know if you can even see it. My chat's blocking it. I'm a professional streamer. Hang on. Let me just get rid of chat for a second because there's no way I can move this. Okay, and we're also going to hide the widget. There we go. So you can see it at the top left there. I'm gonna go a step further. Add image, browse, stream support tools, orange line. That doesn't help me at all. I thought I had a box. Fuck it, we're gonna do it live. Under status, you go into your main menu. Under status, it's going to show you at the top left a bunch of abbreviations. Okay, I'm gonna say strength, dexterity, vitality, agility, intelligence, mind, charisma. What does it mean? Your question is as good as mine if you're looking at this for the first time. When you are picking your race, if it's like a human, aka Hume, an elf, aka Elven, Tarotaro, aka small magical person, Mithra, aka Catgirl, Galka, giant beefcake, you're gonna see your attributes get nudged a little bit in any direction. Humes are generally just average in everything. Elven leans towards, like, if I remember correctly, strength, vitality, mind. Galka is like strength. There's strength and vitality, I believe. And I don't know what else. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't play Galka much. I don't know if you could tell. They're very strong and they do be thick and they have a big HP pool. All right. Tarotaro, intelligence, mind, charisma. Mithra is like heavy on the dexterity and agility and light on everything else, and that covers your basic food groups. Your basic values here are going to be further influenced. Let's move away from the teleporter so you don't have to hear it the whole time. Your attributes are going to be influenced by the job that you're playing. Job means class in other MMOs. So it's going to nudge it in certain directions. If you're playing a white mage, because they're very reliant on the mind attribute, your mind is going to be slightly higher than normal. If you're playing as like a black mage, your intelligence is going to be slightly higher than normal, and so on. Very, very sweaty people who I would hesitate to recommend that you listen to at first while you're just trying to understand any of this stuff are going to suggest that the only real race to play is something like Mithra, because they have high dexterity. High dexterity translates into higher accuracy. Higher accuracy means more effective hit rate, and so on. It just doesn't matter. Play the race that you want to play. I'm just making you aware of these attributes, right? You don't have to play as a Tarotaro in order to get the most meaning or enjoyment out of playing a mage class, because like I said in the first round of us doing this tutorialization, any race can play any job, and there's different equipment options that are out there that can shore up any kind of issues or problems that you might have in like HP wise or MP wise and so on. There's even special equipment that you can earn that is supposed to shore up those specific weaknesses if you really care to seek those out. But ultimately, it does not matter. So I'm going to sit back in my chair. I'm going to go back to status, and we're going to take a look at each of these in sequence. All right. STR, what does strength do? Strength gives you something called attack. It also increases your ranged attack. So when the game is factoring in how much damage you're going to do to a monster, the game compares your strength against the monster's vitality, which is hidden. You can't see what a monster's vitality is, in order to determine the maximum possible amount of damage that you can do. Then your attack value, which you can see if you go under, what is it, combat skills, I believe? No, it's not. You can see it under equipment. This is a better screen to land on anyway. So under your equipment that you see in the top left there, you're going to see two values, attack 20, defense 36. So the game first compares strength versus vitality to determine the maximum possible amount of damage that you can do, period. Then it compares your attack value against the enemy's defense to give a hidden range in the background, like a possible roll that it can do. Then it rolls a number in that range when you bonk the monster, and it outputs the value. You did 1 damage, you did 50 damage, you did 9,000 damage, something like that. The same is true for you. Whenever the monster attacks you, its hidden attack and attack value is compared against your defense, and so on and so forth. That's why when you're a paladin, aka the dude that's going to be getting hit a lot, or dudess that's going to be getting hit a lot, your equipment that you're going to want to be putting on typically has a combination of vitality and high defense on it, so that you keep rolling to have the monster do less damage to you and, you know, drag their possible damage on you down to as low of a level as it can. When you are holding a one-handed weapon, you get a little bit of attack for every point of strength that you get. When you're holding a two-handed weapon, you typically get a lot of attack per unit, per like point of strength that you can get. And your equipment is your equipment and food are the two main ways that you can increase any of these attributes, not just strength. That's basically all that strength is. Dexterity is a little bit more complicated in the sense that we're dealing with two different aspects of the game. One matters a ton and is what a lot of people are obsessed with, and for good reason. The other one doesn't matter so much, but could be neat to know. So for each, if you're holding a one-handed weapon, every 2 points of dexterity gives you 1 accuracy. What the hell is accuracy? A point of accuracy translates to half of a point of actual hit rate chance, like how likely it is that you're going to be hitting an enemy. When you're holding a two-handed weapon like a greatsword or a scythe or whatever, every 1 point of dexterity instead is going to give you 1 point of accuracy. So how the hell does hit rate work? Each point of accuracy, like I said, 0.5% extra chance to hit the enemy. So the game compares your accuracy versus the enemy's evasion to give you a range. And you can see, I want to hide the chat for a second. Let me see at the actual chat at the bottom left. When you are just standing around in town, not looking at your main menu or anything like that, you can do / check param, aka check parameters, and then put in little less than, more than brackets, me. And that is going to output what your accuracy is and what your evasion is. Also, if you're wearing if you have dual wield capability, which is given to you by a job called Ninja, it'll also tell you whatever the accuracy and the attack value is of your offhand weapon. And we'll put that back on for the new peeps that are going to be coming in. Only matters as one truly needs to min-max themselves. All right, let's see here. All right, let's boot up the equipment screen again. So the game compares your accuracy versus enemy evasion in order to get a range. Same general principle as like your attack value versus their defense value, and strength versus vitality, only in the sense that hit rate is just the comparison of your accuracy versus the evasion. The game then rolls in that range to tell if you hit or not. You can never be lower than 20% accurate. Like even if you're a level 1 dude or dudess trying to hit a monster that's level 80, you can never have less than a 20% chance to hit them. Conversely, you can never be more than 95% accurate. There's always going to be a floor for you missing. Even if you're level 75 versus a level 2, it's happened to me. You can miss like 2 or 3 times in a row. It's super messed up when it happens, but it does. So I mentioned the other thing. That's the most critical aspect. The second thing to be aware of, but isn't really going to affect you in your normal day-to-day, is how critical hit rate works and how dexterity plays into that. So the game compares your dexterity to the enemy's agility to make a range, and then rolls a number in that range for a possible crit. I don't know what your natural crit rate is. There are people out there that probably do. I don't know anybody that maximizes dexterity for better crit rate. There are weapons and I think equipment out there that allows you to have a boosted crit rate, but whatever your crit rate is, it do be being pretty small, almost to the point that you can't really meaningfully build a build around critical hit rate. Like the one weapon that I'm personally aware of that has a real increase in hit rate chance is a dagger in the 40s, 75 being the highest level that you can get. A dagger in the 40s that gives you plus 6% critical hit rate, but the damage on the dagger is so low that it almost doesn't matter. Let's see, let's move down to vitality. So vitality, I kind of already prefaced it before, but 2 points of vitality equals 1 defense. Higher vitality lowers the maximum possible damage you can take. Pretty bare bones, pretty straightforward, nothing really weird about it. If you want to get hit for less in general, just equip something that has lots of vitality, but you only really ever need to worry about that if you're like a tank, a traditional tank job, which as of this writing is basically just paladin, like ninjas that don't really try to take advantage of defense that often. Their whole shtick is not getting hit, dodging a lot, excuse me. And warriors basically have a complex where they feel like they can never tank or reasonably tank after level 25. But for the ones that haven't, you know, aren't high on their own supply and are willing to fill that role when it's needed, they too can get and equip pretty heavy armor that typically comes with the vitality boost of some kind. Right, exactly. Paladin or Turtle War. Agility. This one's very weird. Okay, it affects a lot of different things all over the place, and to the extent at which it affects things, I just flatly don't know. I just know it helps the things that's going to come out of my mouth. 2 points of agility equals 1 evasion. 1 evasion, like accuracy, translates to 0.5% chance to dodge, effectively. 2 points is supposed to improve your shield block rate. Typically only really a thing for the jobs that get real use out of shield, which is paladin for the most part. Warriors are the ones that are second best able to block with shields. They have the second most shield skill that you can have. 2 points equals an improved parry rate. Same principle. Parry rate is a weird one in that ninjas, I think, have the highest chance or the highest cap and skill level, which I'll explain skills and all that stuff at some point. The highest skill in order to parry things, which is like dodging. So basically, when you dodge, when you fail to dodge an enemy's attack, the game rolls to see if you parried instead. 2 points equals 1 ranged accuracy. So if you're a ranged job, which you can include thief in that. It's not a dedicated range job, but they have a lot of utility as far as that goes. Range accuracy. And if you're one of the few people that play ninja and can afford throwing over 400 shuriken in a single typical party, that's also for you. There's different rings that you can swap in order to give you better range accuracy. Moving down to intelligence. Intelligence improves black magic quotation finger marks type spells, which are like debuffs or direct damage, and this also includes ninja spells because ninja spells do elemental damage. Explaining how it affects things is a whole thing in and of itself, and all this is confusing as is. Okay, just know that if you're like a black mage, you want as much intelligence as possible. It doesn't really affect other jobs really too much. Mind affects resistance to enemy spells. It improves your healing ability, and it improves, weirdly enough, white magic type spells that are debuffs or direct damage. It would be a lot easier if I could just tell you if you want to do like every single offensive spell is governed by intelligence. It's not. There are a handful of spells that are considered like holy magic that are boosted specifically by mind and not intelligence. This isn't mentioned anywhere in game, to my understanding. Just know that this is a thing. So these white magic spells are going to be Banish and Holy. I'm sure that there are others. Jury is out in my head whether Dia is considered. I think Dia is considered like enfeebling, and Mind should help with Dia. And Dia is a spell that reduces enemy defense and does a little bit chip damage to them over time. Charisma. So charisma improves songs, buffs and debuffs if you're a bard. It doesn't. Other than bards, the only other thing that really helps is helping beastmasters charm monsters out in the world to fight for them. Those are the two main things that they affect. I guess you could also say that it helps you resist charm status effects, but the types of monsters that are out there that can actually cause a charm status effect on you are so far and in between that most of them are like notorious monsters anyway. Like there's like a race of sexy snake people that are in churches of Autogon areas that can charm you, but in most cases you're never going to run into the status effect. And I can't really think of a reason you would want to stack charisma if you're not a bard or a beastmaster. Summoner journey, hell yeah. So that's all the attributes and how they work. Weapon skills, which are like special moves that you gradually learn as your combat skill with the given weapon increases, are affected by different stats. I do not have a catalog in my head for what weapon skills are affected by what stats. They vary very wildly. Okay, so just look it up on the wiki if you're curious. It's all over the place. I can't just point at a thief and be like, yeah, every single weapon skill that they can use, just dump dexterity and agility into it and be fine. I cannot just give you a blanket statement like that. This game is not like that. So let's talk about weapons, shall we? There's lots of if we go over yonder to ye old auction house and just take a cursory glance at weapons, you will get a breakdown by abbreviation of what jobs those weapons can be equipped by. So let's just go to something that everybody's familiar with. Swords. If we scroll down to something like, I don't know, let's pick something pretty typical. What's one that people equip a lot? Probably Centurion sword, I would imagine. Are there no Centurion swords anywhere? You kidding? We'll just look at it. Centurion sword, pretty popular sword. It gives you accuracy and attack power, which we've mentioned are very important for various reasons. It's a relatively high damaging sword with a relatively low delay. Delay just means how many milliseconds it takes before you swing again, before any types of traits or anything applies. It's saying that it can be equipped by warriors, red mages, thieves, paladins, dark knights, bards, rangers, ninjas, dragoons, blue mages, and something run, which is like a rune fencer, if I remember correctly. Blue mage isn't in the game yet. Rune fencer is like is probably like 6 years away. I'm gonna be honest with you on this private server. So we're really looking at the first however many. You could, as a level 30 dragoon, run up to the auction house and grab a centurion sword and go out and fight things. Should you? Absolutely not. Why is this? It's because certain jobs have skill ceilings with certain weapons, right? And like I've dabbled talking about before, those skill ceilings are achieved by going out into yonder and hitting monsters with said weapons until you get combat skill. Every point of combat skill that you get equals roughly 1 accuracy, which, as we mentioned before, is worth getting as much as possible about it, or as much as you possibly can. The issue is that just because you can equip something does not mean that you should necessarily, right? A dragoon is going to never be as good as a paladin at swinging a sword. They're just flatly not. Each job has like its own archetypal weapon or series of weapons that is very good at. And I'm going to run down the list of generally speaking which weapons you're going to commonly see people use or should use. There's nothing preventing you except your own god or gods, if you have multiple, from going out there as a dragoon and equipping the centurion sword. Okay, just saying, there's that skill ceiling is the principal reason why you should not. As a warrior, you're going to be wanting to grab either great axes or axes and shields, or double axes if you have the ninja sub weapon or ninja sub job leveled up and you have access to dual wield. You will see warriors out there that equip 2 axes, 2 one-handed axes for various reasons. Okay. Sorry, I'm being surrounded at the moment. I'm doing stuff. I'm doing stuff that's very important. People are listening to me right now. They could be spending time doing literally fuck all else. Okay. I'm a professional. The merch is coming. I've already sent myself like a quality print of like a hoodie, but I have to make sure that before I actually suggest people buy my stuff on stream, that it's actually worth it. Anyway, so like I was saying, great axes, if you're trying to do damage as a warrior. Axe and shield, if you're trying to do tanking. After level 25 or 30, you're going to very rarely see any warrior equip a shield ever. It's typically either going to be double axes or a great axe. Monks, hand to hand. Monks can and do have skill in staves or staffs, whatever your chosen parlance. It is of much debate whether they ever should. I'm sure that there are use cases out there for using a polearm or using staves over hand to hand. I've never personally seen, in like the fucking 15, 17, 19 years that I've been personally aware of this game, I've never seen any monk use a staff before. I've heard of it happen, but it's like a unicorn. You've heard that, you've heard about them, you've never seen one. Very, very few. That's right. Thank you, Felicity, also for being here. Your presence is cherished as always, unless you're subbing in a burn using Rema. That's also true. I cannot hear you. What? Ursula says hi, Felicity. Okay, so monk, hand to hand. Just if you're a monk, just use hand to hand. Just take it from me. Okay. Thieves, their bread and butter is dagger, and they also use. You can typically see them using crossbow bolts for stats effects and stuff like that. But their mainline tool is going to be a dagger. You will sometimes see in extremely early levels them using a hand to hand or a sword or whatever. Just don't confuse yourself if you're brand new to the game. If you're a thief, just use daggers. Okay, you'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Just use daggers. White mages are typically going to be using clubs because they give you attribute bonuses to the intelligence and the mind that I mentioned before. They're never going to be in a party setting attacking in person unless it's basically something that's been like voted as being okay by the whole general party. or if you're in something called like a skill up party where the whole point is to just swing at something that's pretty durable until you get skill up in that thing. But you're never going to see them in melee using the club ever. Black mage, same deal. They get skill, like a higher skill ceiling in using staves or staves, but you're almost never going to see them using a staff until you get to elemental staves, which are their own subject. Just don't worry about that. Just use clubs for the foreseeable future. Red mages are like the jack of all trades. They have like a general smattering of skills and everything. They can use shields below averagely to averagely. They can use swords below averagely to averagely. If you're soloing things, which red mage is a very adaptable job, so you could reasonably take on things that most other jobs can't really in most situations, you would be using a sword and a shield in those situations. Otherwise, in a party environment, outside extremely low levels, you're going to be seeing them using a club. Intelligence, mind, that whole deal. What's the dog doing? The dog is tutorializing the shit out of the maybe one person that's watching right now that's brand new to Final Fantasy 11 and chose me over watching like ALR52 or Electro Slag. You know, I'm here for you. I'm here to just give you a massive information dump as quickly and effectively and efficiently as I can. All right, I'm doing this for you, that one guy. Paladins, clubs, yeah. ALR52 is a great dude, massively entertaining, very good with his chat. I'm just saying that in this instance, I happen to be tutorializing one. I don't know if they're doing the same. Paladins are going to be using either club or sword. They can, as a technicality, use great swords. Should they ever? As somebody that leveled Paladin all the way up to 75 and considers it to be their main until something called a Blue Mage comes out, I use great swords all the way up to 70. I killed the shit out of like a boss type character in order to unlock some key features of the game, just using a great sword like 80% of the time. Don't use a great sword. Life is going to be hard enough for you as is when you're still learning the game. If you are a paladin, use a club if you're wanting to focus on sustain, because it can give you magic points back, which you can turn into healing for yourself or your party. Or if you want to focus on damage dealing, then you can use a sword. Both are equally good options. One isn't necessarily better than the other. Want to help me with Zealot missions later? We'll see. After I still have like apparently 2 or 3 more subjects to go through, and then I was planning on leveling up Summoner a little bit just to get out of my system, because I have XP ring charges that I have to use, and they're just sitting there. I have 3, and it's already Wednesday, so it's got to be done. Beastmasters, axe, they can use size. I've seen some Beastmasters use size. I'm sure that there's good reasons for using size. Like, I guess if you have, in terms of long-term DPS, if you're extremely accurate, like you're borderline close at 90% hit rate that I mentioned before, size could be good. But I almost never see a Beastmaster equip anything other than an axe or 2 axes, and that's all she wrote. Rangers use either axes or daggers, typically because of the stats that come with them. On Horizon, they have it so that you have like a range that you want to be away from the monster, aka the sweet spot, to be the most damaging and the most accurate with your weapons. So you're never going to be equipping weapons for melee damage. You're always going to be equipping them for like the range accuracy or the range attack. That's basically the beginning and end of it. They're the most proficient as a ranger in ranged weapons. Big surprise, either in bows or crossbows or guns. People will argue up and down with each other whether you should use bows over guns or crossbows, but the general thought process is that if cost doesn't matter and you have the range accuracy to back it up, you want to use guns 24/7. How many people use guns regularly? Maybe 3%. Maybe 3 to 5% of rangers actually use guns. The other 95+% of the time, you're going to see them using bows. Probably because the ammo is cheaper, more plentiful, and it typically has like ranged accuracy bonuses and stuff like that, which on both, not just the arrows, but also on the bows themselves. And you hardly ever see ranged accuracy ever on guns and things like that. Let's see. Oh, not foreseen. Like later, as in a couple days, waits a paladin solo and still don't greatsword. Yeah, your shield block rate is going to matter so much for sustain in situations like that. If you want to do it for fun, absolutely 100% go for it. Don't hesitate to use a greatsword for fun. You could do pretty silly damage with a greatsword as a paladin, damage that you wouldn't really expect in a lot of situations, but in most cases, just use a sword and shield. It's going to matter so much for you in the long term in terms of survivability. Let's see. Ninjas use katanas. That's it. Period T. Summoners can equip clubs and staves. They have more of a higher skill ceiling with staves, but they're never going to be meleeing. They're always going to be using the things that they summon in order to do their dirty work for them. Dark Knights, great swords or size. This is extremely generally speaking. If you're going to be combining weapon skills to create things called skill chains, which is like using specific weapon skills after somebody else in your party uses their own weapon skill, you can create like a bonus effect. Great swords, just using just saying it like as like a blanket suggestion, are going to have an easier time comboing off of other people or starting combos that other people can work off of, aka skill chains. Size are heavy hitting, very, very heavy hitting, but it's really up to personal preference, to be honest with you. There's not really a big gulf between them. You see Dark Knights using great swords and size all the time, basically 50-50. Samurai can use, primarily will be using great katanas. They will also be seen using spears, more so than anything, because a lot of the monsters that you're typically going to be killing over the course of the game are flying, and flying creatures take additional damage from piercing. So even if you have a lower skill ceiling as a samurai with the spear versus just using a great katana, the amount of damage that you're outputting is so much higher as like a raw value that it basically doesn't matter. But in most cases, when you're not fighting something flying, or if you just want to simplify it and not worry ever, just equip a great sword. Nobody's going to complain. Or great katana, sorry. Dragoon, just spears. They can. I've never seen them use anything else.
This man is more dangerous than he seems.
Oh, thank you, Protect. I really appreciate it. Thank you for following. Every single one makes a big difference. All right, I'm going to pause here because I wanted to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers, views, chat, bots. The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Auto on. I don't even have to touch it. It just does it. Incredibly flexible and convenient order management panel. I do like it when things are incredibly flexible, if you know what I mean. Am I right, chat? Am I right? Elbows hero hard in the side repeatedly. I love incredible flexibility. You know what I'm saying? I'm laughing about it again. Everything is in your hands. Turn it on, off, customize. I'm glad that I do have the option to turn my own thing that I'm buying off. Go to dogehype.com. I'm so sorry if you're a real person, even if I doubt it. I have to ban you. Protect DG. Rest in peace, my friend. Can we get F's in chat? Goodbye. I was so I let myself have just the smallest possible amount of dopamine. Never again. I'm never feeling anything ever again. Oh, this segues perfectly into Felicity's redeem. So one quote that has stood out to me recently from old MA, aka Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor during the period of the Five Emperors, which is a period in the Roman empirical history where it was considered to be a time frame where the government actually cared about its citizens. He do be saying that there is something inside of you that is more powerful than the external things that seem like they're crawling into your brain and making a puppet out of you. The thing that is inside of you that references itself as me or I can be trained to be the one that's calling the shots, instead of it just being what is the common experience for all of us, which is just getting blown around by circumstance, shifting fates and destinies, and it's like medical bills and things like that. Is that if you can take those things that seem to be so arresting and problematic and make even a little bit of something constructive out of them, such as like appreciating the things that you have for the time that you have them, because there was a time where you didn't have them before, or willing yourself to try to deal with the thing that's problematic in a way where you're telling yourself, I'm not going to let this thing control my brain. I'm just going to deal with it for the best of my ability and focus on the fact that I'm doing my best with this bad situation. Then those external things that would be making a puppet out of you lose their control. And then it's you being the acting agent instead of just the reacting agent all the time. Thank you, Just Jim, for donating to the Yaya anime stream too, where I'm going to do something increasingly or even more overtly cursed than I did the last time during the first iteration of the stream. I'm going to one-up myself. I just haven't figured out how. All right. The last thing that we're going to try to cover, even though I told myself that I would go into more, and we could just cover it naturally, to be honest with you, the rest of the stuff that was about to come out of my mouth. Ways of getting around. If there's one thing that this game does a terrible job at, it like uniquely badly job about, is that it doesn't really tell you how the fuck you're supposed to get anywhere. How did I want to get to, let's look at the map. Actually, not that map, not the city map. Let's go to region info and conquest so we can see the entire world as we know it right now. I want to get to this place, this region called Valdunia, to go to a place called Zarkabard when I hover over it. How do I do that? You could, from where we are, which is in Juno. It's not going to show me. Hello? Is there? I don't think it's going to show me because I'm in it, which is stupid. No, it considers the story to be its own thing, or Juno to be its own thing. Hey, Omega, how's it going? You could travel from Battaglia Downs out of, I think, Port Juno. You can go to Port Juno, which is a floor down from where we are currently in Lower Juno. Go through Battaglia Downs. You could go through. I honestly forget the route. I forget the route from here because I don't walk anywhere completely anymore. You could make, what's that? No. You could make your way through Norvalin's region, and then through Farangati, and then all the way up to Zarkabard by walking. That shit is gonna take you 45 minutes to an hour. Do not do this if you can help it. Literally walking everywhere is possible, but it do be being a lot like walking IRL. It'd basically be like you walking to the next town over, and it taking like 45 minutes to an hour. All right, don't do it. So how are you supposed to go anywhere? There's like 1,000 different ways. So when you go to your Mog house and change your job, there normally, or at least was, a prompt that asks you, do you want to set that Mog house as your home point? There are crystals. I'm going to show you an example of one. There are crystals that are outside the Mog houses and scattered throughout the world that you can set your home point to. You can also set them at gate guards and stuff, but I'll get to that some other point. You can set your home point to, and then whenever you die, or if you use something called an instant warp scroll, which you can buy with conquest points, which you get from fighting things from gate guards, or if somebody warps you, or if you warp yourself using a spell called warp, which is available on black mages, then you get sent back to whatever your home point is. So it's just the bare bones. You die, you get sent back to this thing that you set your home point to. You're not going to get an option of which of these crystals you're going to get sent to. You just set one of these as your home point, and then that's the rub. when you are out and about in the world and you don't care about dying, and the reason why you would care is because typically it's an inconvenience in most cases, and it lowers the amount of experience points that you've gained. When you die on purpose, in order to get back to wherever your home point is, it's called blood warping. That's just a general term for it. That's not an official term of the game. That's just what players call it. I have it in here in my little script on the right-hand side. It says blood warping. Set home point to crystals or Mog House you want to go back to before doing this. Just die Lamau. It's something that I have written for myself. LMAO. Then choose a return option. You can get instant warp scrolls earned through getting conquest points. 750 conquest points, which you'll get relatively quickly. My guess is killing things pretty consistently. You'll get that in about 10-15 minutes, maybe. You can either be a black mage and use warp 1 after you get the scroll and you apply it to yourself and you're level 17. You can warp yourself so that you don't have to blood warp anymore. It's a dedicated spell that sends you back to your home point. Or if you're level 40 and you've used the scroll, you can warp 2, which is to send other people back home. It is the ultimate BM, and absolutely never do this. Never, ever, ever do this unless the other player deliberately asks or takes you up on your suggestion to warp to them. Never forcibly warp to a person unless they've consented to it. Okay? Just never, ever do it. Just never, ever do it. Just don't do it. It's such, like, reputation matters in this game because all bonding is done through mutual suffering and word travels fast. Take it from me. Wait for permission. If you suggest, hey, does anybody want to warp to, which people typically call D2, and I don't remember what the D stands for. If you suggest anyone want D2, aka warp 2, and they say yes, that's when you do it. Mog House exits, which is what lets you get around major cities much faster by choosing where you exit out and starting cities. I'm going to show you an example of what that looks like. It is massively important. I cannot stress this enough. As a new player, you need to make it one of your first goals. This being a sandbox, make your first goal being unlocking Mog House exit warping. So when you go into any major city, Windurst, Bastok, Sandoria, Juno, there is a quest giver that is somewhere out in the city. I think it's always going to be like a small Mithra, aka cat girl. You have to give her a specific flower. It changes depending on what city you're doing the quest for, and you can do all of them. You're not limited to just your starter city or Juno, thank Christ. You can also do the quest in Windurst or Sandoria. But you give her a specific flower which you can buy cheaply-ish most of the time from the auction house. Or if you somehow made it all the way to Juno, there is a shop in Upper Juno that sells the flowers. That's close to the zone exit. Zone being like the area between areas. The exit to a place. The reason why it's so important is because sometimes, like, Juno's layout is pretty straightforward and is very easy to understand. Right outside the Mog House, you either go up or you go down. And then it's typically going to be a straight street all the way to the end. And then you exit out to another area. The starting city zones are fucking cursed. Okay? With Windurst being, in my humble opinion, the absolute worst and the most badly needing to have this Mog House exit quest done. Because most cities are sprawling in many different directions. And if you're in southern Sandoria, for example, and you're trying to get to Port Sandoria, it is a whole thing to try to make it through multiple zones in order to just get there. You save yourself easily, not joking, like 5, 6, 7 minutes just by doing the Mog House exit quest and unlocking the ability to just select, I want to leave out into this area when I exit my mock house. It's going to make a massive improvement for you. You're going to save hours of time literally over the course of you playing the game. Just trust me on this. Make it one of your first objectives. Level 36 warp cudgel. Yes, I will definitely get to that. That's a big one. OP warping. I'll show you what the mock house thing looks like. So if you have not done the exit quest yet, when you prompt your door that you want to leave, it's just going to say here, do you want to leave your mock house? And you're going to say yes, and then it's going to spit you out in the area that you entered from. So if I just leave, if I didn't do the quest, it would only give me the option of leaving out into Lower Juno. Because I've done the mock house exit quest, it's going to give me this prompt that says select an area to exit to. And it's going to give me all these different places minus the mod garden, which is like a retail thing and is not accessible in the private server. It lets me exit anywhere. So if I want to go to the very top floor of the city from Port Juno, I could do that without having to run like 4 flights of stairs. Grand scheme of things, doesn't seem like a big deal. Just trust me, bro. Just do it. OP warping, aka outpost warping, is a subject that's kind of a whole deal in and of itself, even though I feel like I'm saying that, I'm giving you that preface before saying anything, but that's just how this game is. So let's exit back into Lower Juno, and we're going to talk to the Juno outpost goblin. There are dedicated NPCs that are in each of these starting areas, and by starting areas I mean starting cities, that allow you to also warp out to something called a outpost. An outpost is a building with a guard in front of it that is out in the world, and there is one outpost per region that you see here. So like Valdunia region, Ferngadi region, Norvalen region, Durfland region, Zolkheim region, so on. Where you see the little nation's flag is where the outpost is. You see Bucidine Glacier has a little Windurst flag on it, which means that the outpost is there. Norvalen, it's in Jugner Forest. Peshau Marshlands, Zolkheim is Valkurm. If you noticed, when we hovered over Valdunia, it did not show us anything. That's because no city has control of this area, so there's no ability to outpost warp out here. But I know for a fact that if a nation did control this area, the only outpost is in Zarkabard. So how do you get these outposts unlocked? Why should you care? So you do supply quests from that are given to you by Gate Guard NPCs. Gate Guard NPCs give you supply quests when you have not done a supply quest to a given area yet, and that given area is controlled by your nation. So for example, Durfland is controlled by Bestock. So if I have never done this supply run thing that I'm talking about to Pashau Marshlands, I can do it as long as Durfland Durfland is captured, so to speak, by Bestock. If I were trying to do a supply run over to Zolkheim by going to Valkurm and giving my supplies, I don't know, I'm trying to add another word to it, I wouldn't be able to do it. In fact, the Gate Guard won't even give you an option. If you have supplies and you haven't delivered them to a certain area, and control of that given area flips, your supplies are basically useless. You can't use them until you get control again. So doing these supply runs to an area that you control that you haven't done a supply run to yet is important, because that unlocks your ability to use these outpost teleporters to go to that area immediately. You don't have to walk there, you just teleport out. If you have done a supply run to a specific area before, we'll just use this as an example because we need to go there anyway. If I want to go to Zolkheim, which is where Valkurm Dunes is, and you'll get used to the region names and stuff, it's going to take a while to adjust. You're going to be charged money. Goblins in Juno that can teleport you are only going to ask for Gil Ever. If you're using the Outpost Teleporter NPC in your starting city, then it's going to ask you for gil or conquest points, which you gain from participating in the conquest system that I've been kind of loosely describing. So we're going to say, yes, I do want to go somewhere. I'm going to pay you money. He's going to warp me over there. I've done a supply run to...
Reclusive. This man is more dangerous than he seems.
Hey, Flux, are you going to try to sell me something? My band fingers are ready. You're about to get band fingered. I can say that, right? I can say that. I can say that, right? You better tell me if you're real. Sell something? Okay, thank God he's real. Now there was a bot in here that I'm pretty sure that was trying to sell me like Doge coins or some shit. Anyway, thank you for following. I greatly appreciate it. Every single follow makes a huge difference. Might not seem like it, but it absolutely does. All hail the algorithm. Baltiel was defeated by the Thread Leech. We're just gonna move over here where it's ostensibly safe. I've done a supply run by doing a supply quest given to you by a Gate Guard NPC, given to me by a Gate Guard NPC, and Bastok. Okay, so I was in the Holy Nation of Bastok. I went to one of the Gate Guards. I said I want to do a supply quest. It gave me a breakdown of what areas I could do a supply quest to, aka areas that I haven't done a supply quest to yet and is under my nation's control. And it gave me the option of going to Zolkheim to do the supply run quest. I walked my ass from Bastok through Gustaberg, through North Gustaberg, through Kronstadt Highlands to Zolkheim to this big dumb building that you see here. And I gave it... There's a stupid Sandorian NPC here right now, but when Bastok has control of it, which, you know, is a right given to them by God, so it's just us feeling merciful that we're letting Sandoria hold on to Zolkheim right now. You can give it either to this Gate Guard, or there's Gate Guards that are positioned. Sometimes there's typically one or two, I think, but there's always going to be at least one. If you see at the bottom right where it says Kronstadt Highlands and you see that little blue marker that has a line down the middle, that's the position of another Gate Guard. You can talk to either the Gate Guard that is right outside the building or the Gate Guard that is going to otherwise be somewhere else in the zone in order to drop off the supplies, which unlocks the outpost. Okay, so we've done all that. This unlocks the ability to teleport there once you're a minimum level. Okay, just to make it, because it's not neat and tidy. There has to be even more to it. So you've done the supply run, you've unlocked the ability to teleport out there. What is next? In order for the outpost teleporter NPC to feel like it's okay to trust you with going to this place that you physically reached yourself, you need to be a minimum level to qualify. For reasons that I'm sure are very good, and I'm not going to go into it further than that. The minimum level that you need to be to travel to areas that make sense for you is lower if you're talking to the Goblin Outpost teleporters in Juno versus talking to your dedicated Outpost teleporter NPC in your starting city. And I keep saying your starting city because you can't go to another starting city. Like, I can't go to Sandoria and use their Outpost teleporter to warp out here. They'll just say, you're not a citizen of Sandoria, so I don't know why you're even talking to me. And vice versa. As Windurstian can't go to Bastok, talk to my Outpost teleporter and say, I want to warp out to Valkyrim Dunes. It just won't let them do that. So just to give you an example of like the minimum levels I was talking about, for like Zolkheim, which is where we are now, I need to be at least level 10 from what I understand. And it lets me go to like Gustaberg, Zolkheim, and one other place that I can't remember right now. I would have needed to be at least level 20, if I remember right, to be allowed by my starting nation NPC to warp me out here. I believe, but I don't know if it's been said, if the reason for that is because they're trying to funnel people into Juno as like a all-inclusive, moderately high to high level player hub. That's the only reasoning that I can think of is why they would do that. Because it's just annoying to use your starting teleporter outpost people. Like once you start living, quote unquote, in Juno, you're always going to be using a goblin teleporter NPC, which is lower minimum level and cheaper to use anyway. So you're gonna eventually not even think about it. Let me see. Area control updates weekly, so you're always going to want to check once a week for new areas to do supply runs to. So area control is going to flip based off of how well each nation's citizens are doing killing things out in the world. Just know that at Japanese midnight, which for me is like 11 a.m. Eastern Standard, the world map is going to look very different. Like maybe you can see at the top left here, it says Sandoria is currently in the lead and keeping control of Zolkheim. Gustaberg, Bass tokens are dominant, which makes sense because it's basically like their home turf. That's the basic premise. You can travel on ferries, and I don't mean like little magical people like Tarotaro, but smaller. Ferries is in like the boat. There are only a few different ferries out in the world through a place called Mahara and Selbina that travels between those two. So sometimes it's more convenient for you to take a boat. Let me see, where is it? From Mahara, which you can see at the bottom right there. I have no idea why I pointed out my screen like you've ever been able to see where my finger is. You can take a boat from Mahara, and then this boat do be traveling all the way ass around Windurst to Zolkheim's Selbina. So it's actually even more of a weirder thing. The boat travels, and when I say travels, I mean you're going to be sitting on the boat for 5-10 minutes. Okay, just make peace with that. This game cares a lot about immersion, and that includes making boats take a long ass time to go anywhere. So from Mahar right there goes all the way through here to Selbina on the other side, which is great. Like if you're trying to do something like a quest or turn something in at Mahara, sometimes it's worth it just to teleport out here to Zolkheim, board the boat from Selbina, and then you're parking it before you know it in Mahara. I love how Stokes first saw when he gets a new follow to accost his new follower about selling him something. What do you need? It's called, I have like, what is it? DTSD, Dogecoin Traumatic Stress Syndrome or disorder. I know how abbreviations work. There's also a boat in a place called Bibiki Bay, which is kind of annoying to get to, which you can also access through Holshushu. Where is it? Bibiki Bay. It's this thing down here called a mana clipper, and it can take you to different islands. It takes you to like Purangango Island, and it takes you to a couple of others. That boat takes like to be honest with you, like 15-20 minutes. So you better be sure that the boat is taking you where you want to go. And it wrote there's no separate boat. At least I don't think so. I don't know if that's modeled in the game or not. But if you don't want to try to board a boat to like Purangango Island or whatever it's called, it's a whole name. You have to look it up for yourself. I'm gonna butcher it every time I say it, because if you get on the wrong boat to the wrong island, you're gonna have to be taken either back or warp back and try again. But yes, Vossen is right. You can buy a mana clipper ticket, and they come in multi tickets, and you can still letting you ride like 10 times for a discount total. Bibiki Bay to different islands. That's all you really need to know. You don't really use the mana clipper that often in your day-to-day Final Fantasy XI life. Just know that it exists, and that's how you get to different weird obscure islands. Airships. So airships are typically accessed from starting cities to Juno, and then from Juno to any of the other ports in the starting cities, Winder, Sandoria, Bastok, and to this third jungle hell called Kazam. But you need to do a whole quest in order to unlock the ability to board the ship to go to Kazam. It's its own self-contained thing. In order for you to board the airship at all, you need to earn the airship pass, which means getting past rank 5 missions, I believe. And in your vanilla like mission tree for your starting city. I say tree, but it's really like just like a straight line. Let's see, we're almost to the end, and then I'm gonna flag up. I don't know how quickly I'm gonna get a invite as summoner, but that's my plan. I don't want to start traveling somewhere and then have to stop and start. White mage teleports. So once a white mage gets to level 36, and I think 40 plus for some other types of teleports, they can warp you to certain areas in the world as long as you've gone physically to those areas to pick up a key item that's associated with those areas. There are these things called crags. Crags are these giant, bony looking buildings that have lots of lore associated with them, and they're in different areas across the world. There's a crag in Conshat Highlands called Dem. There is a crag in, where is it? Called Shushu in Tarangi Canyon called Mia. There is a crag in Lathine Plateau called Hala. You need to physically go to those crags and investigate a crystal there that's just chilling outside the crag. And once you get a key item called the teleporter crystal, I think is what it's called, or crystal fragment or something, or like crystal Mia, something like that. It's some kind of crystal thing that you just need to pick up that enables you to be warped by white mages to those specific areas. There's also more obscure teleports that you can be taken out to, which you're the only one that you're really going to be making a whole ton of use of. Once you get access to Kazam, is going to El Shamo Uplands. There is a teleporter crystal that's in, what is it? Yoder Jungle. There's also a crystal in this Valdunia area that you can get warped to. And what's the last one? Altep, which is a desert area that is in Kuzants. White mages like to regularly hang out in Juneau, that city that we just left, and let themselves be teleporting taxis. They will browse Reddit, they will watch YouTube, they will go to twitch.tv/prostoic and mash that follow and subscribe button. 25% off for September. Gotta plug it. It do be relevant. And they watch for people shouting that they need teleports to places. And then it's generally understood that they'll invite you. If you're one of these people, you will pay them some amount of gil. Typically it's like 1,000 gil, which is going to be unaffordable for you for a long time if you're completely brand new. But if you're not able to afford it for whatever reason, if you just have to be like one of those guys that's at an airport, and even though it's not your first time flying, you still don't know the airport well enough that you're like, it's my first time flying, please treat me like I live and breathe Weenie Hut Jr. and tell me where I'm supposed to go. Where's gate 11? If you explain to them I don't have much money to give you, is what I can give you okay. 99 out of 100 times they're going to be fine with whatever it is that you give them. Just know that the going rate, the culturally believed appropriate rate is like 1,000, maybe 1,500 to 2,000 gil. If you're getting warped at Altep or Yot or Basel, which is the different, more obscure areas that I mentioned. There wasn't a party, I'd definitely make one, Summoner OP 10 to 20. So true. Demgate Crystal, any white mages in the house. See, Cybergem is like, you know, super top MVP white mage. Sometimes 3 to 4k Yot Altep to get a bite. I normally just shout. No, that we were just talking about any white mages in the house, and that's it. I don't think Jim wanted you for any particular reason. I was just letting him know that you were there, and then the fact that I know that that you're a white mage, and I presume that this would be interesting to him. Yeah, you can ignore me now. It's fine. But yeah, warping or teleporting, typically 1 to 2,000. I just shout teleport Altep, just as an example. Teleport Altep. Can I have it? Money equal money colon, you can have this. And people pick. I pay them 2,000, and then they're typically fine with it. Let's see. Warp cudgels is a big one. There's an item that I keep 5 on my person in the wardrobe that we covered when we first started saying words about tutorialization the first stream that we did. Warp cudgels are level 36 items that generally go for no less than 12,000 gil. Typically no more than 18,000 gil. 30 uses of that you can use once an hour to just warp you back to your home point that we talked about before. Very convenient to the point that to try to I way overbuy these things because I just want to be able to warp back as many times as I feel I need to from wherever I am at any time. There are teleport rings that do the same thing as the spell that I just described before. Teleport whatever, except they teleport just you to a specific place. So that's like your Dem rings, Yote rings, Altep rings. You can use them once an hour. They're level 65 on any job. Any job can equip these. Some of these I think you need to do a quest for. Some of them are outrageously expensive. Like a teleport Mia ring, it's like 35k. Motherfucker, ain't nobody. I don't know who, like, if you're positively grossly loaded, I could see 35k being like a drop in the bucket, but not for most players. I would say never buy one of these teleport rings unless it's like 12k maybe. Farming seas, same as sleep, rings drop in BCNMs. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought you had to do a quest. Last couple of bullet points here. There are some, this is what I would consider to be part of this whole explanation I'm giving, which is utility, getting around the place. I would recommend that you level up certain jobs in order to get around cities and stuff faster. At some point, level up Thief to 25. When you're a Thief at level 25, you get access to a job ability called Flee, which lets you run twice as fast for 30 seconds, 27 technically if you counted the animation. Every 5 minutes. It might not sound like a lot, but if you just don't want to pay attention to your screen, you could just flee, run the 30 seconds, tab out, wait 5 minutes, flee 30 seconds, and so on. They even have special artifact shoes that they can equip at level 60 that adds another whole 15 seconds. Wow, how generous to that flee duration. When you get to White Mage 18 and 25 respectively, Sneak and Invisible. Sneak lets us so that aggressive monsters can't hear you anymore. If they are aggressive, like as like a sound-based way of life. I don't know why I worded it like that, but let's go. And Invisible is what, you know, can be taken as red. If a monster can't see you and that's its only real way of detecting you, then it can't do anything. It sees right through you. You're invisible to them. Unless you take an action, you're going to be invisible until the duration ends. An extreme example of a utility tool, which is probably going to be way, way far in the future for many of us, myself included, is a spell called Chocobo Mazurka, which bards can get at level 73. That lets you basically ad nauseum have a slightly increased run speed for however long the song lasts. This is going to be way more useful to you if you look at Bard as like a support job, and everybody loves bards. Everybody loves bards. So if you like the idea of buffing people basically for free, no magic points necessary, then you're probably going to be in the lane that you need to be to pick up this Chocobo Mazurka and run around much faster. This is the last thing that I'm going to mention. Here we go. I'm going to put up a Seek party just so that people can pick me up now that I've almost shut up. In Winders specifically, there are mini teleporters. They're NPCs whose whole job is to take you and warp you to another part of the city. Winders has, like, or at least it feels like it has 50,000 different areas. And they are all windy and curvy and awful. Okay? Don't get me wrong. The city is nice. It looks pretty. But it is ass. It is ass to run around in. it never feels good to run around Winders, in my very personal opinion. So having the ability to go to these Winders to teleport NPCs, which you can find on the wiki, makes it tolerable. Not great, but it does make it tolerable to get around slightly easier. Just don't run around it, play retail and teleport, so true. Not as much as bards love bards. That's a conversation with the for a whole other time, for sure. Let the people that may or may not be listening to this, that have no frame of reference for what we're talking about, let them live pure lives just for a little longer. Oh man. But yeah, next time that we talk overly much about basic Final Fantasy XI characteristics, we'll cover the conquest system, or we could just cover it now. All I know is that I've been talking virtually uninterrupted for an hour and a half, so please mind the silence and maybe spam pause champ if you have better DTV activated while I take a swig of Angry Orchard. This Volteal person is dying over and over at the outpost, and the only reason that I can think of is that they're trying to farm. They're either trying to farm Beastman seals or they're trying to bomb conquest progress. But I don't know what nation they're from. They're probably going to be Anon. That's interesting. They're not. I don't know why they're dying here. And they're a ranger too, so they're invested in Sandoria. I don't know why they're dying here. Maybe it's because it's just easiest to die here over and over again. I couldn't tell you. They're de-leveling, but I don't know why. They started at level 8, and they've apparently killed themselves so much that they've dropped to level 5. And so in most cases, when somebody is de-leveling over and over like this, when they're dying on purpose, it's not because they're trying to bomb conquest progress. It's typically because they're trying to farm Beastman seals through like an abstract method. So most normies will, non-sweatlords will just level up a new job Lamau, but others will de-level constantly on a specific job in order to be able to farm Beastman seals as that job. There's a little bit of benefit of the doubt right there being injected into my words, but that's the only rational reason I can think of. It's been said over and over again that there's no way that you can kill yourself so much that it meaningfully affects conquest progress until you're over a certain level. So if he is trying to lower Sandoria's conquest points, like control, he's not doing anything according to the devs. I think my girlfriend is going to break up with me. She said I'm not helping her out much, and I said I have my own bills in my place, dude. I can't just not pay my rent to help. I'm not helping her out much. I said I have my own bills at my place, dude. I can't just not pay my rent. I mean, there's got to be some baseline understanding that she must have had, that if you have your own bills, you can't meaningfully upend what you've got going on. I mean, depending on the state of your relationship. I was gonna say the level of a relationship. Yeah, your romance level. It's a fucking Mass Effect game. Like, maybe you're not at the point yet where you're helping out with each other's bills. In which case, if it hasn't advanced that far, you gotta focus continually on taking care of you. You can help out to the degree that you deem reasonable for yourself, but you can't do anything beyond that. If she doesn't understand that, like after trying to talk it through, then maybe this is a red flag. Not necessarily to to be like, well, you know, if you're gonna keep getting on my business about the fact that, you know, you can't buy your avocado toast. Not saying that this is what it is. It was just funny for me to think out loud, even though it's a very serious situation. I apologize for that. Then it sets a tone where it's like, okay, we need to have a conversation about what your expectations are versus mine. What happened months ago? We lived together for a year. Then she found out that my ex texted me. I didn't reply to her. I forgot to tell her. Then she found the text and broke up with me and moved out while I was out. I found a new job, city 1 hour away. Moved to that city. They paid for relocation, and now I'm here and she's there. I found and realized the. Okay. Wait, then she found the text and broke up with me and I moved out, so she's not your girlfriend. Right, what Hero said. Or is it one of those, like, it's complicated type things? Which does happen. We got back together 2 months after I moved and we see each other frequently. But she said it's hard because I'm not helping financially. I mean, it's not it's not really like this is tough for me to say out loud because there's more to it than just like it's not black and white. I understand that there's a lot of emotionally charged stuff that's happening in the background, but it's not your prerogative. If the relationship has not advanced enough where you're sharing your bills for you to do that for her, even if it's in a situation where you're making considerably more than she is, if you are not comfortable assisting her because, and especially because it's gonna make things overly difficult for your living situation, then you simply can't. There's no amount of your partner getting upset with you that's going to change material circumstance. You can do the best that you can with what you have for the time that you have it in order to help her out as one human being to another, and not just because you're obligated because you're in a relationship. But these are also finite resources and you need to be cognizant of that, and it's important that she understands that and respects it. Yeah, then you can't. In which case it loops back around, and if it's already been discussed, then it's a red flag. See all 10 to 20 inv. So I wasn't going to go into it today, but I'll broach the subject just because it's something that not a lot of people are comfortable doing. And it is something that you'll have to deal with at some point, is making parties and party leading. There are a small number of people, definitely a minority, that are comfortable creating parties and leading parties. Sometimes they're more comfortable with the creating and then they just leave it up to the group, and they're like, hey, I assembled this party together because nobody else was apparently going to. Where should we go? And then you have the other camp, which is, I created this party, this is where we're going, these are the expectations, and so on. It's more diplomatic than that, but that's basically the emphasis, is that you're reaching out, you're saying we're going to go to this area, this position, and this is what the level range is going to be. Are you on board? Yes or no? I love making parties. I love leading parties. And this is even after I've had some pretty cursed and weird parties. Not many, mind you. I would say only maybe 4 or 5% of the parties that I've ever made have been cursed. And sometimes that's just how the day is going to be. Sometimes parties are just gonna be fucked and there's no way to reasonably unfuck them. For sure. I said I'll help out what I can. It's going to be as much as it was because we were living together doing 50-50 on everything. Or not going to be as much as it was. But she just has to accept that. She has to make peace with it. And then if she doesn't, then, you know, you just need to evaluate, as hard as it is to say it and probably hear it, you need to evaluate emotionally where you guys are at. Because if it's like, if the fabric of your relationship is dependent on ones and zeros, that's not a good sign. I can use that tutorial. We'll dig into it a little bit. I'm planning on it's its own subject because there's lots both subjective and technical that goes into creating a party and deciding when and where and what level and things like that. But high level overview is that there are some areas that are easy to plot around when you're a given level. It's when you get past, I would say, level 25, that the area that you're selecting to go to is going to be just harder to suss out in general until you're more familiar with the world. If you're a very, very new player, it's hard for me to recommend you starting up a party and trying to party lead, but I would suggest it if you look up, like, for example, the experience points camps section in the Horizon wiki, and you're like, okay, in my range, I'm supposed to be hunting lizards right now. So I'm gonna go to the position on the map that the grid coordinates. Let me look. Somebody wave to me. They're out of range. Mini look. Wave. I'm gonna try to go there, and I'm just gonna do my best to create a party that makes sense. On paper, it's not terribly hard to come up with a traditional party composition that is going to do well for you in most cases. In most cases, you're going to want a healer, preferably a sub healer, aka somebody that is capable of healing and is comfortable healing or helping support healing. That would be like your summoners, other white mages, red mages. I would even count in a stretch black mages, because they typically equip white mage as their sub job. And what a sub job is, if you're not familiar, is going to be its own subject. It just gives them extra capabilities. That also includes healing if white mage is what they've chosen. You have a tank. Typically, there's only ever going to be one tank. You can also, there's also technically like off tanking, like if the one tank can't handle it by themselves, then, or like if they've blown all their cooldowns, they've used all their abilities, and there's no meaningful way that the monster is going to be able to get back focused on them, then an off tank would jump in and be like, okay, I'm going to use my abilities in order to try to get its attention until you're back online. But there's only ever really going to be one tank, and then the rest is going to be damage dealers of some description, either melee or physical or range or magic based. There's like one tank, one healer, preferably a sub healer, and then the rest are just there to hit the monster over and over again for hours. My main thing is just knowing and figuring out where to go. Like, do you legit see the zone to assess if the camp is open before you invite people? You typically only need to do that after you get past a certain point. When you start to get to those areas where you know of a camp or maybe two camps, and those two camps are the only quote-unquote reasonable places to level in the entire zone, then you would want to search ahead of time to see what the likelihood is that those areas are taken. Let's try to come up with an example. So let's just use Kuzats. So Kuzats, typically people park it in eastern Altepa Desert, and they hide out around the zone exits. I think that the typical level range for that area or eastern Altepa Desert is like 30 to 35, if I remember correctly. So if you do like a quick search, East Altepa, You do /search and then whatever the code is, the code name is for the area, that's its own subject. You have to find those on the wiki. You can look and you can try to suss out if there is likely to be a group there. If you want to get extra, like, if you want to be extra careful, you can message somebody that's in the level range that seems to be in the party, there that you're looking to also party in. Like if there was like a level 32, this guy was leading like a level 32 party, you would be like, hey, you would tell them, and then you say, hey, are you camping at the zone entrance of blah blah blah, and then they would either not answer you or they would tell you. If you're a trooper, you can before you even make a party, before you lay any kind of groundwork, you can physically go to the place to unofficially stake your claim over a camp spot, and then pray that if there's another person that shows up that's like, hey, are you camping here? And you say yes, that's my intention, that they listen, and then they go somewhere else. There's nothing illegal about you showing up and you trying to build a party for the camp place that you're at, and then 5 or 6 other dudes show up and they're like, hey, are you camping here? And you say, yes, I'm waiting on my party, and they're like, okay, well, we're already here, we're gonna camp here instead. There's no mechanism in the game or report system that says like these people were mean to me because they camped in the place that I was intending to camp in, and then the GMs would probably be like, well, did you start camping there already? Not that it matters. And then you say no, and then they say, well, you know, there's no rule breaking, even if you were already partying there, you should just find another camp. That's all they'll tell you. Build a party and need a DPS, have a same 18, working on the Ziller stuff, but can break away if needed. I will most probably take you up on that if I don't find something in next 5-ish minutes. There are people that are out there that will complain about the party composition that you have created. For example, and this will never leave my brain, there was one time in band camp that I was trying to create a party. There were very limited options that were out there, but there was no shortage of particular jobs, and I needed to level. And I invited a white mage, and the white mage, I asked them, I was like, sorry, it was a red mage, if I remember right. I asked the red mage, are you comfortable healing by themselves or by yourself? And I knew that it would be tough on them, which is why I asked. And they said no. A white mage paired, aka had a +1 with a summoner, appeared. Sorry, ads in progress. They're going to be over 2 minutes. I failed to warn people ahead of time. Let me start looking for people, and then I'll continue the conversation. The thought of forming a party and not getting a camp gives me anxiety. That's why I would honestly recommend you just going out to the place that you're thinking of partying in and physically checking it out for yourself, if it's reasonable to do so. Chat box here. And where is the music box? Music box is right here. Okay. Why would you not help heal on summoner at your level? Well, the thing was, like, not like you bring much else, TBH. Well, you bring specific series of buffs that aren't typically available in other jobs, but I get the gist of what you're feeling. So I invited the summoner white mage combo, and the summoner asked me, why do we already have a healer? And I said to them, it's because I cannot will into existence certain jobs. This is what is out there. The red mage is not comfortable by themselves. I didn't say that part. They didn't need to know that. And you came as a pair. So this is just the way that it is. They didn't say anything after that, which I took silence as acceptance. Not at level 10. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to respond to this line of questioning that you're giving me right now. All right, let's look for party members. I'm gonna start forming. I think. Let me know if wanting in at any time. See all. Let me make sure they have my macro set up correctly. All right, some of these I did move around a little bit. I think that I have them about where I would want them, but we'll see. As a 10 summoner, you bring poison nails and cure. Absolutely 100%. In his story, I don't think the party was level 10. Oh, yeah, no, the party was not level 10. Okay, I understand your confusion, and I understand where you're coming from now. The party was not level 10. They were like level 60. But the summoner was getting, well, not upset, because only they really know how they truly felt. But they did ask out loud in party chat, why do we have 2 healers? It's because, motherfucker, you were the only ones out here. One did want to heal by themselves, and you came as a pair. This is what we're rolling with. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was the problem. I didn't realize that I left out crucial information, like what the level was. See, Callium. See, all 10 to 20. As far as how far out of a level you should try to aim for, you should never try to invite something that is like more than 9 levels above whatever your intended link or your level sync target is supposed to be. Because once they get to 11 levels or higher, they get hit with a massive 50% experience points penalty. So it's easier to just ignore like anything higher than at or above level 10 exists. Let's invite one of these white mages to be... Actually, let's look for a camp first. We're level 10. We're on the cusp of level 11. We're going to want to fight lizards. That's our bread and butter right now. I mean, it won't heal at all on Summoner. I'm going to be a Summoner main healer. I'm setting the... this is called Era Plus. It's going to be new meta, baby. All the way. I'm probably, just like I eventually did learn using Greatsword on Paladin, I am probably going to learn that I can't reasonably heal or main heal on Summoner, but it is a source of endless funniness and japery for me to say to people, yeah, Summoners can main heal, why not? They have auto refresh. They've got cures. They buff. What's not to love there? Knowing full well that's not reasonable. So I have 2 astral rings on, and it's only occurring to me that I'm gonna have 73 hit points, which if I didn't also have some stuff that incidentally gave me HP up, means that I would be at like 65 health. So I can literally never get hit or I die. You can main heal, it just makes it harder to maintain buffs. Absolutely, yes. I main heal 3744 as Summoner, no support classes with me, all melee. Hell yeah, brother, up top. Hell yeah, they're... Oh my god.
Bingo!
Excellent!
Alright. First spot, 99% chances is going to be taken. There's no way it's not. I was correct. This is prime real estate. We're going to check for spot number 2, which is almost certainly going to also be taken. And then we will try to level sync either at 10 or 11. 10 is spooky. 11 is okay. I still like to level sync around 10 anyway, if I feel reasonably confident in my party's ability to succeed. Which I'll admit is not always there. Okay, there's a party there. Is there a party on this little hill? There's enough here for 3 parties, and the reason why is because the party that is all the way over there typically pulls from this side, but they have lizards to the southeast rather. The party that's here typically pulls from this side, but also has lizards further that way, south. You can also party up here, and if you really need to, You can kill rabbits and stuff like that, even though rabbits are assholes. You can do it. And you can also pull lizards from back here. Let me make sure I'm not gonna catch any hate. There's also a camp that's pretty spicy that's back here. And the reason why it's spicy is because it's flanked by 2 goblins, and these lizards tend to hang pretty close to each other. But there's about 6 lizards in this area that are almost never touched. You just have to have a puller that's a gamer and is willing to dance around that mugger. Surprised you aren't soloing at this level. I could. I hate soloing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate it, even if it's a good idea. I don't like playing Beastmaster. I respect Beastmaster and everything that it's capable of. I don't want to solo if I can at all avoid it reasonably. If you want to do in Lethine, let me know. I want the whole deal. Full experience. I will only solo if I'm borderline desperate to get any leveling done at all. And I almost never feel that way. Let's see. I would this is how I'm gonna preface it. I would almost rather drink coffee black than solo. And I respect that there are people out there that love their coffee black. I'm not knocking on you. I'm saying that I'm disproportionately affected by drinking coffee black. If I'm not saturation bombing it with peppermint mocha, I can't drink it. I use coffee as an excuse and vehicle for peppermint mocha creamer and creamers if in like an emergency type situation. See all 10, 12, inv. Where did all the people leveling go? 19. Let's do 18. Life comes at you fast here. Low level sync. 10 party. Do you need it? Position Valkyrim Dunes. By far the most important thing that you can do for the people with whom you're about to engage in Mortal Kombat with towards monsters for the 2 to 3 hours is letting them know what the fuck is going on, what they can expect. Telling them, one, what the level sync target is going to be so they can tell you if their equipment lines up, and telling them the position, the coordinates on the map of where you're going to be so they don't even need to be part of the party to know where they're going, and especially the area that they're going to be partying in. It is annoying at minimum to have somebody reach out to you and just say XP or party, because then you're going to have to ask them, okay, party where and what level, and then they're going to tell you. So it's like a whole conversation that doesn't need to happen. just do the thing. Just tell people where you're going, what level, and the coordinates, and that's all you need to give them. It doesn't take that much more time. Everyone feels good. There's a non-zero chance that people that are going to be trying to get to where I am are going to die to that goblin, but I trust in my fellow man. Party, do you need it? Position Valkyrie Dunes. Hello. Oh, hang on. Oh, you just... Nightbot did not like the fact that you had like 8,000 periods after a lull. I hear you're a powdered creamer guy. Whoever told you that, I want to know their location. See all bacon snap. I hate powdered creamer. They were wrong. They were super wrong. I hope that you enjoy getting flashbanged by the screen right now. If you have an HDR screen, rest in peace your eyeballs. See all. Then we could just invite damage dealers, I think. Maybe we can invite the Taru. But we have a white mage, we have me, I'm gonna be support healing, and a paladin, so we don't really need any more. We need people that can kill things. Let's try to invite this Galka. Hello, level sync, 10 party. You need it. Position Valkyrie Dunes. And And then if they say yes, we're going to need somebody to pull things, which is probably going to be this Mithra party. Do you need it? Position Valkyrim Dunes. Valkyrim Dunes near Secret Beach. This area is okay. I mean, I know the cave that you're talking about, but you still have to make it past goblins to pull anything. At least this area gives you a chance. At least this area gives you a chance to grab up to 6 hill lizards. But to grab lizards from the cave, you need to bob and weave through like 2 individual goblins, which is kind of booty. I don't know what this star is doing. Is he in a party? Oh, he's just making his way through. Groups make me lose whatever minuscule faith in humanity I had left. That's why you gotta party with me. If you party with me, that should help. Unless it's one of those 3 to 5% chances I mentioned before where my party is cursed and there's no salvaging it. There was one time, and this is the only example of a cursed party that I've made that was just unsalvageable, that I can remember, that my brain is not blocked out. I was partying with a group in the basement of Garledge Citadel, and I invited a Dark Knight, or it was a Dragoon, I can't remember, and they had a slightly underleveled sub-job. I personally do not care. It probably amounted to like maybe 5 damage difference. Maybe more like 3 probably over, you know, maybe like every 5 swings that they do. I don't care. It wasn't enough to make a difference. But the moment that the white mage became cognizant that this person that ran all the way out there had a underleveled sub job, they said, and I shit you not, I'm not partying with this person. In party chat. They didn't whisper it to me. They didn't say it in proximity when I was there. They just said it in party. I thought they were joking because the idea of somebody further causing issues like that when the party was already struggling to get off the ground was insane to me. It just didn't compute. Yep. See, oh, let me see who I have. Paladin, White Mage, Thief, Summoner. Sorry, I was hoping for a Gelsba Outpost party. Oh, I forgot Sandorian's party there. At least he answered me. We can just fill in the blanks with whatever. It doesn't matter. Hello, level sync 10. Party, do you need it? Position, Valkyrim Dunes. Hello. This person wants a very long party, and I can't guarantee them that. Let's just try to grab this. Do I care? Do I care enough? Oh, level sync. I don't know. See, all Cal. I just need one more. On the way back, save my spot. You've already been replaced by a... For a second, I thought you were still a Tarataro. And I know that is not the case. Rest in peace, Ron. See all Ron. See all Cal. You have been invited. I'm surprised they're not dead yet. If they're thinking of trying to escape through the cave, there's no universe where they're going to be able to live long enough. See all 10 to 18 inv. Low. It really does not matter. Low level sync 10 party. Do you need it? Position Valkyrim Dunes. A problem? Oh, they straight up warped out. Okay. Red Mage and Thief are 10, Black Mage 12, War 20, Dark 21, Naked Partying is fine for most jobs till 12ish, and White Mage can go Naked till 75. Party with a Naked White Mage at 25, he was rank 10. There's only one person that that I ever met where see all. Wait, are you, by telling me your levels, Jim, are you asking if you can join? I just want to be sure because this person said that they were already willing to join up, if that's not the case. If you don't answer in like 10 seconds, I gotta invite this person. See all. If you need me to fill a spot, this person has no sub job. I'm pretty sure. Captain Aloha. So if you're okay with it, I'd rather invite this person to make sure that they get the levels that they need. So I'm gonna grab them. Hello, welcome. Okay, all right. Alrighty. So let's look at our party composition. We have a White Mage, no sub job, totally fine. Taro means that they can cast like 2 more spells than they normally would be able to otherwise in other races. White Mages are just there to cure. Sub job doesn't really matter in this specific circumstance. We need to fill a damage dealing blank of some kind. It's debatable whether Warrior 12 is going to be able to meet that niche because they're going to be missing constantly, but they need levels. They have no sub job. I am the change that I want to see in the world, so let's get them into a party. Samurai do be hitting things. Thief do be pulling things. Paladin do be tanking things. I do be helping with healing. All the basic food groups are accounted for here. I am going to hide myself and I'm going to eat something because my stomach is going to eat me from the inside out if I don't. I will be back in literally 30 seconds. I'm going to basically consume a banana completely frictionless. Let's do it. I'll be right back.
It is a banana. I don't know what I'm capable of, Jim. I can eat 2 at the same time. Too powerful. Oh my god, I took a banana. Real good banana. Oh my god. Don't TOS me.
Boo boo. Boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo boo boo. Beep beep beep. Beep boo 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 boo. Do 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 do. What do I want? Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo. Do do do. Do 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 do. Boo 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 do 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 do.
Almost done. Sorry, there's a lot less girth on these bananas than I'm used to, so I had to eat two. Almost done. Back in like 10 seconds. We're waiting for people to gather anyway.
Might just break your banana to send a message, TBH. Right, I'm back. Alright, we're technically waiting on one more person. Let me check to make sure I didn't miss anything in party chat. Where am I? I'm right here. First time back to Dunes in 15 years. Hell yeah, Brosif. Okay. So we're waiting on the last person to arrive, which my guess is probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Let's talk about stuff. All right. New exciting things. I mentioned it ultra briefly and in passing and accidentally earlier. I'm going to have merch. How exciting is that? Okay. For the one person way in the back that's like, you had me at merch. Going to be happening next couple of weeks. I have a test hoodie because I love hoodies. I'm a big hoodie slut. Big whore for hoodies. Hoodie whore, as it were. Having one sent to me to make sure that I can personally attest to its quality and to get a feel for how like the general support goes, so that if anybody has a problem and they bring it up to me first, I can explain to them, you just talk to this person and they'll be able to sort it out. Not that there's any problems are expected. I just like to be prepared to make sure that the people who are depending on me in any stretch of the imagination are taken care of in the best way that I can, you know, make that be the case. There's going to be the big end of the week. Friday is going to be my first Dynamis ever. For period. Ever. I know what Dynamis is. I've seen people play Dynamis. I've watched people on Twitch go through Dynamis. I've never personally participated in any Dynamising at all. Somebody was kind enough to allow me to kind of sneak in at the tail end of a Dynamis to pick up some key items that I needed. But that was it. So it's gonna be first experience ever. I'm gonna see how it goes. Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard, your regional equivalent, and I'm going to be like, guys, I'm going to do my absolute best to try to make sure that I make your lives as easy as I can. I don't really know what's going on, so just treat me like I'm an idiot, and I will do my best to help you out. Saturday is going to be an endurance test. I've already secured permission from my wife to be left to my own devices for probably at least 7 hours. 2 p.m. is probably when I'm going to start the stream. Not normal 7 p.m. time. It's going to start at 2 p.m. and I'm going to be playing multiplayer Barotrauma for probably 2 to 3 hours. Most likely going to be 3 hours because we're all going to be stoked playing Barotrauma again. My guess is that it's going to be about 4 or 5 people that you guys aren't familiar with, but just trust me, they're great. And maybe 1 to 2 people from Ham Club or Ham Club Associated Enterprises. It's going to be up in the air. They basically have never played the game before, are not familiar with it, and so me playing it is going to be their way of seeing if they're going to be interested. Maybe after Barotrauma ends, we're going to fill in like the 2-hour gap before our normal 7 p.m. start time with, my guess is, my want is Lies of P, aka the Bloodborne Pinocchio adaptation. So to have that be lying in wait. Or if there's a particularly high demand for something else like Thousand Arms, because, you know, you guys are all big on Thousand Arms, we'll play that instead. It's probably going to be Lies of P. 7 p.m. we're going to be leveling up Final Fantasy, or sorry, we're going to be doing Final Fantasy 11. My guess is more summoner leveling, because the experience points rings aren't going to use themselves. You love Thousand Arms? I thought that you, like, I was basically like, me and 5 other people were the only ones that that even knew what Thousand Arms is. Thousand Arms was insanely slept on. It's like a cult classic. It's a waifu collection RPG that had pretty significant voice acting and a weird / interesting turn-based system. Like B+ quality voice acting throughout the entire thing. An interesting world. People slept on that so hard. You'll be fine, we're all idiots. That genuinely makes me feel better. I do. My impression is very good going into it, so I'm not concerned at all. I'm just gonna do what comes naturally to me until I'm told not to do that, and then I will adapt. Let's see. How far away are they? Once Captain gets here, is everyone good? Goodish. There's a couple of lizards also further west, past the spooky goblin you got caught on. So there's 6-ish that are in immediate area. We can check periodically if the 2 normal camps south are open. I really enjoyed the turn-based system too. I know that it turned some people off, and these people are fucking wrong. Ultra combo! It turned some people off because it wasn't their normal thing. It is out of the ordinary to have 1 main frontliner and 2 people in support. But honestly, you would think that would slow the game down, but the game's not slowing down pretty much at all. Lies of P looks pretty good and challenging. I've enjoyed it. So I played probably 4-ish hours of it, just taking my time with it. It scratches a Bloodborne itch for me, because they just won't fucking resell Bloodborne to me with the 60 frames per second patch, and I don't know why. Like, I'll pay for it. If it's something from software related, just give it to me. Okay? Just tell me what I have to do to get a Bloodborne quote unquote remaster with 60 frames. I don't care if that's the only difference. Just give it to me, and preferably on PC, so I can actually stream it. And I don't feel like fucking with capture cards yet. The summon system in it was great. Absolutely. Spoilers for like a 25-year-old game, but as you can imagine, I'm sure this is not going to be a surprise. I was a very big appreciator of the robot lady, the emotionless robot lady that you could date. If you remember at all what I'm talking about, if you just type in Thousand Arms robot lady, it should show you. Let me see if I can find it. Thousand Arms robot lady. Where is she at? It was like Melina or something. Thousand Arms Melina. Thousand Arms characters. Where is she? Where's my waifu? Blue hair? She had blue hair, didn't she? Or was Seal? Blue hair. I don't remember the robot lady. She's like the priest lady, except there she is. There she is. Natalia. That's right. Natalia. Oh my god. Yes, my queen. Look at her. Isn't she beautiful? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Mice is one of those characters that definitely has a wind-up period. Like, he's not meant to be a hero that you root for, really. He comes around from what I remember, but it's not. All right, they're almost here. But I do have Thousand Arms on tap for downtime. I still have about 8,000 Final Fantasy 11 tutorialization subjects to cover before I'm really content. But you know, we could play Thousand Arms in between. The one bad guy that was like spin, spin, spin. Do you remember Ratchet? If you don't, you do now. Oh my god. Let me tell you, when I played this for the first time, I did not care about Nelsha. I don't care about Nelsha either before or after her transformation. But I cared about Ratchet. There's something about robot ladies just kind of really does it for me. That's not weird, right? That's not on brand. If this shit doesn't awaken something in you, I don't know what will. This better not awaken anything in me. What is that community quote? This better not awaken anything in me. I feel like this is gonna... I'm not gonna get copyright struck, but I'm gonna get content ID'd for this, but I need you to see this.
This better not awaken anything in me.
Oh. Same deal, man. He's the Warrior 12 is setting his home point at the outpost. I know they don't really have too many abilities I really need to worry about, but this is the first time that I'm playing Summoner in any meaningful way. I got it up to level 10 once in retail, but I've never played it in person. I know what they generally do. I know what they're generally capable of, but there's no muscle memory that I can pull from. It's the thought process of having an intermediary that needs to be out in order for you to do things is weird to me. VOD basically closes every weapon skill here for Black Mage Arrow. One question that I do have is summons can use black magic, right? According to their element. Do you just, like the way that I have it set up in my macros, I'll show you, is that I have it where if they can cast something like Arrow 2, I just have Arrow 2 as if I were casting it. And that's it. But I understand I need to have them out. I'm excited for October though. Going to be playing classic PS1 era spoopy games, Silent Hill, Dino Crisis. That's good. I don't know the chances of you getting. Well, I don't know how often you save your VODs. I don't think that you export them to YouTube, and if so, please correct me if I'm wrong. Silent, if you care about content being content ID'd or possibly copyright warned, in Silent Hill you got to kind of play around. Because they have a lot of music that Konami may keep closely guarded to their chest, even though it's debatable whether they even care about the IP anymore. Yes, I know that they're remaking some stuff allegedly, but I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. I'm not worried about it. Neither am I. It's just a thought that I would have. Same as your other pet rages. Okay. Or is it slash pet, or can I also use MA? Because I've done MA poison nails before and it's worked. Maybe. It has to be pet. Okay, I need to very quickly change this shit then. It's a good thing that you mentioned that to me before I went really crazy. Pet. Pet. He's almost here, I can feel it. Pet. Pet. No, not P. I don't need Leviathan to P. Garuda is a different story. Hello. Fire 2. Pet. You're one of those shorthand users? What do you mean? I've never used shorthand, and I probably will never. Because even though I'm reasonably sure what's allowed and what's not, you never know. Party, we'll sync. We will sync to me. No, we'll sync to Ron first. Just for safety reasons. Put the chariot band, and I will keep fixing, and I will also use a chariot band and my mushroom stew. So I can get even more MP to the point that it's frankly excessive. Pet. 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 Kamisato. This should be the last one. Diablos is last. Pet. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Honestly, I think I'm just misremembering. If you know for a fact that pet works, I will take it as read. Yes, please. Galen is tanking. You just hit things, Captain. All right, let's do it. Found back some orange juice. I have to ask it to attack first. Is that right? I don't know how this fucking attack. Yeah, just attack, bro. Just attack, little squirrel. Just get him. Just go get him. Garfield, go. Are you keeping the pet out? I don't fucking know what's going on. Boston, do I need to tell them to attack first before they'll go do the ability? I mean, I have orange juice out, so it's only costing me 1 per tick to keep them out, which is probably worth it. Release. This is content? I don't know what the fuck is going on. It doesn't. I don't play Beastmaster. I've never gotten Beastmaster past 20, and the pets just follow you around, and you're in melee. So this like mage pet control hybrid thing is not intuitive to me. Congratulations. All right, let me start fixing some things, because apparently I need to have them over there to do things. Is that right? So we'll all right, we'll move you over. We'll just move all these over because it could matter. Copy. Okay, we'll just over time. Nothing's happening. Everything's good. I'm already back at max MP. Copy. You can see my face starting around in real time. Wait, what was I on? Punch. Thunder. Blizzard. Axe kick. Amasado, as if I'm going to use Diabolos Lamau. Titan. Same deal. Consume all the content. Yum. I feel this. I've been here before. Shit is harder than it looks. Okay, and then we just fill it with attacks all the way down the line. Okay, we're set. Let's try to keep Fenrir out, just for fun. Let's try to keep Fenrir out and see if it's sustainable for us. So in Fen. Might as well have fun with it before I condemn my summons to just being ability food. And we'll use another orange juice. It's probably worth it if I can keep them out for 1 EP per tick. I can summon Ifrit now. Just let me just let me cook. Let me cook. I'm gonna top up the if you're juicing for sure. I'm gonna be juicing 24/7. I can afford to use Yugudo drinks until the end of time. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's summon Fenrir. And we're gonna stick it on him. I think his punch NP is a skill chain. Holy Christ, he was asking me to NP to Ifrit punch. Absolutely, bro. You set it up, I'll knock it down. It's gonna be clutch. Do Claw, I promise. I believe you. I've seen Claw do good stuff yet. Do you have your Carby Mets yet? Unfortunately, I don't. I probably could get Carby Mets. I think it's within my realm of possibility. I know that if I ask for it, I'll get help. And not just from you guys, but the different groups that I'm in. I don't think the chances are good that I would be able to get it by myself. Like, I'm reasonably heavily geared as a paladin within light. Ooh. All right, what do you want, Garuda? I should be able to tell this. Like, what should be able to combine into what? No face 11 calculator. Literally 11. 11. Do what I'm doing. Samurai, Great Katana, Summoner. Any weapon skill is fine. Claw. Touchy NP. Okay. And Claw looks like it works. Pulling from somewhere else. I don't know where. What else though? Punch also works. We'll try Claw. We'll try both. Who cares? Browser toggle. Turn that off. HXUI because I don't actually have that on right now. Because I had turned it off while I was eco warrioring to give me more information that I can parse at a glance. Y'all missing a black mage though? Yeah, we are, but we can still do skill chains. It's fine. All right, let's summon Garuda. Wait, did I get rid of Claw? No, I didn't. It was just blocked. Ooh, this is my chance. Oh, it's already dead. Fuck God. That was my moment to be a cool guy. What the hell?
Betrayal.
I was gonna be so cool and I was gonna claw and they were gonna think I'm cool. And my street cred would have exploded. Black Mage makes that king. Arrows for like 120. That sounds right. Alright, Garuda coming right up. I also need to drink my 80,000 pounds of orange juice. Alright, go get him. Go get him, champ. Did he miss? No, they didn't miss. Does nothing combo off of Wasp's thing? Is Chains gonna show me? It did show me before, I believe. So far I'm into it. I know that I'm doing something that is typically street legal or street illegal and keeping a summoner out for more than, or summon out for more than 5 seconds. But I mean, just look at her. How could I not? I'll combo with you, hero, though. I promise. I have a Prelate key to get behind the door. If you get a pop item and need help with an NM, let me know. That's greatly appreciated, and I'll probably take you up on that. Because with Carby out and me juicing, it means that I would never need to not have Carby out. Which would make me basically like a discount Beastmaster that can't rest. But it's cool to think about all the same. Honestly, I'll play Black Mage once you're 20. That'd be neat. I think all I need to do to get the Carby pop is find the question mark in Temple of Ukalepi, Temple of Ugg Boots. It appears every 2 hours unless it's different on Horizon for some reason. If you're new to the channel and you found you've been watching a while and you have not followed yet, doing it not only gives me a little shot of dopamine, it helps the channel grow in more ways than you might expect. It costs you nothing, but it gives me all of the dopamine in the world. For free. The pop item is a pain to get. Is it more advanced than trying to find the question mark? I mean, I know that other people are looking for it because when I'm in there, they're like, have you seen the offering is typically what they say. And if you don't know what the offering is, that's not going to make any sense to you. Just aggro? Okay. All right, I'm ready. Claw me. Ooh, look at the damage.
Bruh, 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 bruh.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that was a lot. My my endorphins. I did it. I'm gonna change ST NPC to Claw because when change my ST NPC to BT because I'm noticing that when the summon is out, it's typically trying to find an NPC that's closest to me, which is my own summon. So I have to tab over anyway. I'll keep it as an ST NPC for attack. That's fine. Take it one day at a time, baby. Go get him, champ. Oh my god. I hate to see Garuda once you summon. Sorry, I was gonna say a whole joke about like I hate seeing her go over to the monster, but I love seeing her go. I already fucked it. I can't tell. Does he have a sword? It looks like he does. Let's start juicing. Go get him, champ. Come to me, my sexy bird. Hell yeah. I could probably sneak back over to this side. Maybe. I don't know. That goblin's gonna catch this this tank, I'm pretty sure, off guard. I don't know when it's gonna happen, I just know it will. It's very spooky. Alright, go get him. He whiffed.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Go get him. I'm ready, do me. I'm ready, do me. Hey, DA. We're summoning for the first time ever. I think I'm gonna enjoy getting TOS by Garuda. Is nobody hitting, or is it just not appearing for me? I think nobody's hitting. That's fine. I mean, I don't know. Does Fenrir do anything? Hang on. Because if I'm gonna be accidentally, more or less, having
What are you doing, step bro?
having a summon out, waiting to do things until I get used to it, I might as well do a extremely small amount of damage. I could do Moonlit Charge. I mean, I don't necessarily know how resistant lizards are to darkness. I don't think resistant at all. What are they actually weak to, though, is the thing. I guess we'll find out once we have another one. What are you laughing at, Cupcake? Tell you what, Cupcake? My honey bunches of butts. I don't want to die with my noise cancellation software is too good. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. My wife is asking me if I want to die while I'm streaming. Joke's on you. That's what I'm into. All right, let's get old G Dogs out. Let's get old G Dogs out while it's half dead. Well, it's more than half dead. It's 10% left. That Garussi is wildin'. All right, release. Look, I did it. Let's take another look at. I was supposed to look at what their elemental weaknesses are. Arrow and ice. Okay, so having Garuda out to do things makes sense. No, I don't want to summon. Oh my god. You can just do it, Cal. There should be enough time. I'm willing to bet there's enough time. All right, do it. Is it not showing it for me? Why is chains not working anymore? Add-on load chains. Add-on is already loaded. Why is it not showing for me? It was definitely showing me before. That's so strange. I have no explanation. Boston over here, knowing what's up. I leveled everything through Dunes recently, used the Summoner Black Mage cheese. Boston can tell me literally anything, and I will take it at face value. If Boston were a frozen ice cream treat, he would be a Klondike bar, and I would literally kill people for him if he asked me to in Minecraft. I wouldn't hesitate. I would turn on my friends and family in Minecraft at a moment's notice. And before you ask, anyone will tell you I am remarkably well adjusted. I am a perfectly emotionally balanced meat person. And anyone else that tells you otherwise is just jelly of my summoner skill. Oh, were you targeting the mob? It won't show otherwise. Really? Oh my god. Let's have Carbuncle out. That makes sense. I was not targeting the mob. Okay, okay. Go get him. Go get him, champ. Go get him, little purple squirrel. I don't know why I keep saying purple. He's not purple. He's like blue. I think it's because I'm thinking of a Yame for some reason. That's definitely like a Freudian thing that's happening in my brain right now. I forgot I added this song to my Spotify, and I was like, am I DMCAing myself right now? Nintendo of America, please don't kill me. Oh. Ads are starting momentarily. You can avoid ads in their entirety by subbing, which is 25% off until the end of September. Otherwise, they'll see you on the other side, 90 seconds on average. 7 days when? Any day. I mean, like I said last time, I kind of want to get into the game to mess around first, so I can have like a grasp of like basic controls. But any time where I'm not actively doing something and I've paid the requisite appropriate amount of attention to my wife unit in the meantime, then that should be good. Summon Timber, so true. The song fucks. It fucks. No, I don't want to summon Carbuncle, man. Get out of here with this shit. Give me Garuda. I didn't think that I would need to, but I'm pretty sure I need a battle target thing again. I'm gonna wait for you to Tachi it. Maybe I don't. I think it's gonna die anyway. My instinct is telling me to do it, so I'm just gonna do it. Congratulations ×2. Let's put retreat. Let's put release down here. So it's like all in the same bracket. Let's move retreat over there. Treat there, treat there, treat there, treat there, treat there, treat there. There, bars, 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 bars. All right, let's get Carbuncle out so we can pretend like we're doing something. Attack my squirrel. Rend them in twain. Go on. Go on and rend them. All right, I'm just gonna keep Carbuncle out. while I'm doing stuff. I can't be fucked. Release and go where retreat was. There's fine. There's fine too. Until we loop all the way around. Congratulations. Hold pull for a sec. Actually, no. I'm gonna let them go. Sometimes speed matters. We'll wait. We'll readjust, resync once I'm 11. Or whenever somebody becomes 13. What do we want to do this? Neat. Summoner BT. No, let's put in a command. Target BT. Do this. Go all the way down the line. Summoner BT, Summoner BT, Summoner BT, Summoner BT, Summoner BT. Okay. I have solved my problem. Maybe. I think. Oh, I have the avatar summon. I was like, why can't I heal? Is my fucking game busted? Am I R0ing? What's going on? Fenrir should be able to do stuff. I just want to see the different moves. Is that okay with you? Chat? Jesus, you're always getting on my boss. No, I'm kidding. I know you only want what's best for me. I appreciate you. Okay, we have it targeted. I do need you to fast blade. Anytime that you're prepared before it dies, preferably. All right, then we release. And the world's our oyster, and they're the pearl. What's our party situation at? Let me resync to 11. Hold for a bit. All right, I almost hit disband. That would have been very dumb. Have they seen my message? They have not. I'm gonna hold. Fenrir, go. I get hit with 4 ads. What is this? So I'll explain that whole fun situation. When you become this part is common knowledge, so just bear with me. Let me cook. When you become a affiliate, they don't tell you that you go from an adless experience, like you're not forced to run ads on anyone, to an ad filled experience. That you cannot turn ads off. You can only change the way that they impact your community trademark, right? You have 2 different poisons that you can consume. You have to take one. You just have to choose the type. The first poison is that you can, let me release here. Ooh, we leveled up again. Woo. Okay, I'm just not gonna pull, or I'm not gonna change level sync or anything like that. The first poison is something called allowing pre-rolls to happen. Pre-rolls is like the 30 seconds of ads that you can get hit with if you join a person's channel that has pre-roll ads enabled. You have to watch the 30 seconds. You cannot see what they're doing. You have no frame of reference for what the streamer is doing or what they're about or what their vibe is. You can't vibe check them. You have to wait until the ads are over. The ads then run anytime somebody is like refreshing the page or logging out, logging back in for some reason, or if the page has been idle for long enough, like you have it on an alt tab that you're not actively watching, like it's not on an active tab, it will hit you with those ads. I do think that it means that the majority of the time when you are actively watching them after the pre-roll ads are done, that you don't get hit with the ads unless for some reason the streamer has it set to do that, which if they're if they're big enough and it doesn't matter, then they could do that if they were assholes, I guess. All right, let me get Garuda out, and then I'll continue my spiel. Go, Garuda, attack! Garuda! Garuda, go get him. Claw, Garuda, claw! Claw! Garuda, that sucked. Garuda, that was almost not good. It seemed like he did 10% damage. Let me check. Can we? I'm actually 12. My level is bugged. I'll resync though. Resyncing. For some reason, it can get bugged and it'll show you stuck at a certain level even if you're not. I'm level 12. It tells me I'm 11. The party is 12. The only way to fix that is to either relog or redo the level sync. It's not going to fix itself. To fix E level, no need to resync. Really? I just hit it and it's not doing anything. It did nothing. But we're unsynced anyway, so let me sync to it. Oh, Bacon Snap is synced. Never mind, Bacon was 11. Very good. Need pro reapply. Okay, so what's the other poison? The other poison is you manually running the ads or setting it according to a scheduler. Typically, it's going to be both. I have it set so that my ads run every hour unless I run it ahead of time. When you set it to run on if you set it to run at least 1 minute and 30 seconds per half an hour, up to 1 minute and 30 seconds per half an hour of people watching your dank content, then it's fine. That's all that they want. If you don't run the ads yourself, the system will automatically run it for you. You can give people at least an hour of consumable stream in between. Let me get Garuda out. You can get people up to an hour of consumable stream. That's a maximum length of time that Twitch will allow you to have people not get hit with ads. But the trade-off is that you have to allow up to, it's rarely this amount, but up to 3 minutes of ads that they have to sit through unless they're subbed, which is absolutely cursed. But that's what they allow if you choose this auto scheduling method. So why would anyone let that happen instead of doing pre-rolls? When you're a small, this is based off the research that I've done. Streamers will find their own ways for their own communities, like best practices, how to handle their ads. Everybody has to deal with it. It's just the poison that you take, right? The poison that I've chosen is that it allows people who have no experience with my channel at all to be able to just pop in, get an idea of what my vibe is, how I interact with or engage with the people that bother to watch me, the games that I play and how I play them and so on. That way, if they are really strongly against ads, they don't immediately bounce off because they're like, well, I just wanted to see what this guy was about, but I got hit with 30 seconds of ads, so I'm just gonna not waste my time and watch a streamer that I'm already familiar with, that I'm already comfortable with. Not everyone is going to think like that, but there is a not small amount of Twitch population that does. So I am seeing it as like a necessary evil, where I've assessed that if I'm going to grow as quickly as I can based off of the research that I've done, I need to make it so that people have a chance of sticking around at least like 5 minutes until I can lure them into a false sense of security and then ambush them and then microchip them, and then it's pretty much over from there. Now, the thing that I can do to lessen people's pain, or what I psyop myself into thinking is going to help lessen their pain, is me warning you ahead of time that ads are going to happen so that you know when not to pay attention to Twitch. And I also try to make it so that if I'm capable of doing it, I can kind of guide my video game of choice around the ad so that you're impacted as least amount as I can possibly maneuver it. But yeah, there's that whole thing. If I had the choice, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I had the choice, even though ads technically support me, not very much, but they do support me, I would turn ads off in their entirety. I think like they're completely antithetical to growing a community at all. Nobody likes ads anywhere, okay? So the fact that you don't get like a skip ads button on Twitch, it sucks. I know you know, Amazon is like a small indie company that needs to force people to watch up to 3 minutes of ads if set up and on like an auto scheduler, but they're just a small indie company. They're just trying to make it day by day, and you can't blame them for that. That's exactly what we're doing. I turn ads off completely. Like the only situation in which in this theoretical world that you and I are creating in real time, if I had the choice, what I would do is maybe if at some point in the future the situation was such that I was earning like a good amount of money from Twitch, but the ability for me to take this to full time was dependent on me running ads, then it would be a thing where I would like let my community know, like, hey, in a month, I think I can go full time with this. We're gonna try running ads, and I'll just play it by ear, and we'll try to navigate these waters together. And then if or when I grow bigger from there, then we'll turn them off and see how that sustains things. But I can't because Twitch is a small indie company. I wouldn't mind if they actually paid the streamers enough to run them. So true. And there are streaming platforms that are, this is a whole conversation in and of itself, and I'm not going to harp on it too much because it's not exactly a pleasant topic either to hear it or to talk about it. But there's you know, talk about like, hey, we should probably at least get minimum wage if we're the only thing that's sustaining your platform. I mean, that's the GameStop model, right? That's the GameStop model. It's a commission job, you know, without the commission. But, you know, restaurants operate off of tips and they get paid like a minimum amount. And what is Twitch if not a giant restaurant for the dopamine centers of your brain? It's not a big stretch. Small indie company though. Maybe service job. That's my interpretation of it. Only instead of taking orders and serving food, congratulations, you're serving pogs instead. Roughly half minimum wage. But the first job that I ever had, I was working in a Chinese restaurant. And you would think that would be super cool, like you would get free food. No, my benefit was that I got 10% off of the food that I ordered. So basically it was enough to cover the tax. That was it. That was my big benefit of working there. And I busted my ass. I busted my ass there. And did it so often that so basically the way that PA law, I'm gonna dox myself a little bit here. the way that PA law works is that you, at the time at least, I don't know if things have changed in the last 15, 20 years. I'm assuming they have. You either got paid minimum wage if you're working as a like a food worker, or you got paid a greatly reduced amount, but you could take tips home. And it didn't even like enter my brain that the Chinese restaurant that I was working for had the latter where I was getting paid a little bit, so very slightly above minimum wage, but I couldn't take home tips. So it felt uniquely horrible to bust my ass like day in and day out, and then somebody's like, hey, I've seen you work harder than I've seen anyone work in their lives. Here's $20 whole, which mind you was like 3 hours of work, 2 to 3 hours of work, 2.5 hours of work. And you couldn't tell them, because that definitely would have secured. You're like, sorry, I can't actually make any use of this. Exactly. So you work for a meal, right? Go get him. That's a pretty good amount of damage. That was pretty good. Not bad, not bad. I'm gonna keep Rude out. There's something about it seems like the right decision to me. Not defending Twitch, but we don't really pay to use the service. That's true, but the thing is that they wouldn't have a service if there wasn't any streamers. So it's like it's just a weird situation. Like, looking at it differently, it's like DoorDash. What does DoorDash do? What does Uber Eats do? They provide the platform, right? And then allegedly they, from what I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong, they give like a cursory amount of money to the people that are door dashing, but like they charge like insane fees, but neither the driver or the buyer really see any kind of like comparable return out of it. Like when you pay $19 for an $8 burrito, and the driver basically makes like $4 off of that, and DoorDash isn't doing well, I think it's not reflective. And this isn't as good of an example as I thought it was gonna be. I had some kind of point here, and I don't think it was as good or ironclad as I expected it to be. Basically, it just doesn't. It's not an equal relationship for the amount of effort that's being invested. I also missed the opening. I apologize for that. Would it hurt them to pull the plug on it? I mean, that's the bigger question. Bean counters at Amazon would probably tell you no. In the grand scheme of things, I think that Twitch is like borderline a rounding error. If Mr. Bezos can build super yachts and make small nations deconstruct historical bridges in order to move the super yachts through, I probably should help Captain Aloha, huh? Or go to space whenever he wants. I don't think that the situation is as dire on Twitch and Mr. Bezos' small indie company as perhaps they're suggesting it is. But I also don't have access to the financials, nor will I ever. I'm never going to be an Amazon executive. I don't think that that's in the cards for this life that I'm currently leading. All I'm saying is that Twitch do be having the infrastructure, right? But yeah, I mean, we're gonna, at this point, I'm just gonna be rehashing things already said. So let's talk about the completely immersive dust that do be floating up from the sand and all that. Gorgeous. Someone's making bank on it. Maybe not Amazon, but somebody is. There is definitely ways to make money on it. It's it's so incredibly popular and such a mainstay of modern internet life that not being able to stream something would be problematic. There's no easy answer. Is it the quick and easy way to explain it? And by explain it, I mean literally not at all. Congratulations. Does YouTube streaming force ads? I think they do the same ad structure as they do for everything else. I haven't done enough research into YouTube just because of the weird contracting the weird contracting that Twitch obligates you to agree to before they allow you to do anything on the platform as an affiliate or above. Where they're like, you literally belong to us. You cannot stream anywhere, and if you do, then we'll kick you off the platform and charge you $25. So, I mean, there's no way. I mean, you can just watch people that stream on there, but I don't really watch anybody stream on YouTube. The last time that I watched somebody, or tried to watch, I don't think I even successfully watched them. I tried to find someone's live channel while they were streaming, and I didn't happen to have the direct link to it. And I had to go through like 5 different clicks in order to get to their page, their streaming dedicated page to watch. It's not intuitive. Like, it's still extremely leaning towards videos over streaming. There is somebody that I know that simulcasts across YouTube and Twitch. I don't know how he's been able to get away with it for like 6 months, because you are absolutely not supposed to do that. So unless he found some kind of insane loophole. Top 10 subs have over 200k pay subs. If Twitch provided a flat monthly fee to not get ads as a viewer, would you pay it? Yeah, they do actually have that. Jim is right. Twitch Turbo. Undeniably, if disposable income is a non-issue, Twitch Turbo is good for the viewer in the sense that they don't have to deal with ads at all, which is the ideal situation. Woo! But it do be being like $15 a month. And although streamers do like get theoretical ad revenue from Twitch Turbo, like any ad that a Twitch Turbo haver would otherwise get if they didn't have Turbo, the streamer that viewer is currently watching still gets the ad revenue as if they watched the ad, even though they avoided it entirely. It's just, as you can imagine, it is a pretty significant ask to for said person who's already paying $15 a month plus tax to subscribe on top of that to somebody that they're wanting to support. All right, go get him. I'm wasting the MP here. This is definitely overkill for sure. Congratulations. It's like $12 a month. Twitch allows partners to stream to both as of August. I don't think this guy is a partner, but that's interesting to note. I did not know that. Honestly, they should let affiliates do it. You know? I think it's kind of fucked that they only allow partners to do it. Because it's not... I guess from in their, you know, small indie company, they're like, well, we don't want anybody buffing other competitors. But in a weird kind of twisted logic, the partners are the ones that are most directly doing that with their significant viewership. So I don't know. A lot of decisions that Twitch makes, I don't really... I can understand if I was like a lawful evil character. Unfortunately, I'm not. So it's harder for me than it probably should be to parse. All right, go get him. I'll just do a claw. Nope, never mind. All right. Release gaming. What are we at? What are our job levels at? I'm at 13. I think we're all still at 12. Once we all hit 13, we can move to crabs depending on people's time. Crabs at 13? Probably, yeah. 13 is the point at which Lizard XP dies, typically. We're gonna get faster about getting the summons out. We need to summon ahead of time and not when the lizard is here. All right, hit it. Duel him. Go ahead and duel him. I'm ready. I'm ready. Captain. Captain Chan. There we go. It does take a moment for the claw to come out. This is pretty fun. I knew it was gonna be fun, but this is kind of doing it for me in more ways than I expected, and I already factored in that it would probably do it for me. Party is good. You know what? You know a party is good when we're just kind of like doing the thing and nobody's really said anything in about an hour, which sounds like it would be bad, but there is a aura of comfort that seems to be projected over the party in that instance. The skill chaining plus healing are contributing in multiple facets. Yeah, I'm big on support for sure. It's a nice headspace to be in. Oh my god. You guys love that TOS? I sure do. God damn. You got icing for all that cake? Jesus Christ. You could open up a bakery. Go ahead, Captain. Go ahead, Captain. This is a waste. It's a waste. 100%. Yeah. It's good practice, though. It is crazy that I have less HP than the Taru does. I am so unbelievably uniquely vulnerable. because of the 50 HP hit that I've taken.
Fan the flames. Mold the
Hey,
metal.
Tiarna. Hello,
We are
Tiarna's
raising
friends.
An army.
What were you doing? Besides being the best. Looks in the camera and winks. It's gonna be dead by the time I claw. Yeah. That feels pretty clawful to me. Oh man. I guess when you do have Gruda out, sometimes you just gotta wing it. Oh man, you get it? I really should have focused on Baldur's Gate 3. Neo and I have a joint story going. That's cool. You mean you're doing co-op? I wanted to be... Let me start that sentence over. I wanted to do co-op. I feel like that my playstyle is too slow for most people, and that I feel obligated to pick up literally everything that is not bolted to the ground. I just wasted an orange juice prematurely. Hell yeah, brother. And I also feel obligated to check out each and every nook and or cranny. Otherwise, I just don't feel okay with myself if I don't do that.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Stoic, I hate you. Tiarna, hello. You're awesome. That's so true. Tiarna's viewers, I am a strange robot man that is dressed in a toga. And I am a quote-unquote variety streamer that streams Final Fantasy XI almost exclusively, but we've been doing a pretty good job weaning ourselves off of that status over time. And I think that my core viewership is stable enough that they are here more so for me than the specific type of pogs that they get out of watching double-decade-old MMORPG content, which I'm definitely appreciative of. The transition is not easy to make, but our bread and butter for the foreseeable future is Final Fantasy XI on the Horizon server, a private server that's supposed to replicate what it was like literally 20 years ago, and it fucks. It fucks real good. I guess I should get Garuda out. I'm the same way, Stoic. If you ever want to do a co-op quest, let me know. I'll probably take you up on that. I might be evil though. I'm trying to see what the game is like from a purely evil perspective. I know you did that one drunken stream where you killed literally everybody that you possibly could. I don't think that I would go that far. Like, I've resisted the dark urge, even though I'm supposed to be functionally a lawful evil character that is evil when it makes sense to benefit him personally, and sometimes just for kicks. But if you're down for that would be fun for sure. I could see myself doing that. Although you're gonna have to fight with Hero because that I'm still only one individual, and both he and I have been trying to get me into playing 7 Days to Die. In addition to Alyssa trying to get me to play Guild Wars 2. So my ability to maneuver is a little stunted at the moment. I'm doing the goody two shoes route at the moment. That's where my natural instincts lie. Because, believe it or not, I'm not actually a lawful evil person IRL. I think I sit neatly between neutral good and lawful good. So I normally play the good guys. But that said, there aren't really any games out there that let you play the bad guy, like a bespoke bad guy. Like, typically in most RPGs, you are able to play, like, pick conversation options that imply you're kind of like a smartass. So you're not an evil so much as like a smartass guy that does the right thing anyway. Like case in point, Fallout 4. Good game. It's just you're not really able to be evil. Baldur's Gate 3 lets you be evil and lets you bear the consequences of that, and gives you unique benefits and story because of that. And so it inflicts upon me such a staggering amount of choice paralysis, because I'm like, what do you mean I have the consequences of my own actions? I still have to do an evil playthrough, Sai, but first I would love to get through the whole thing. Yeah, that's how I'm treating it. So my thought process is that because it's likely that I would go through Baldur's Gate 3 as a quote goody two shoes unquote normally, if I never pick up the game again, which is unlikely but possible, but if I never play the game again, I want to have experienced the route that is complete, but I probably wouldn't normally touch. So aka being evil. If I be evil this round, then it's likely that I'll replay this story again to pick the good options instead, because that's what I would normally do anyway. I mean, I play all three games, so I win no matter what. That's so true. Yeah, but you're also like a national treasure, Felicity. I exist in your shadow. I wake up and pray to God that I can only be as a tenth of the amount as radiant as you are. And it's hard, man. It's a hard life. Just day by day. That's all I can do, is just day by day. If you're new to the channel, if you enjoyed this torrential word salad that's been coming out of my mouth for literally 3.5 hours, make sure that you mash that follow button. It seems like a simple action that costs you nothing, but it means everything to me, both emotionally and in terms of the algorithm. I have not clawed. There's no claw for me. That is not clawsome. Generally dance between chaotic good and lawful good. We got to finish the Valheim, then I'm going to be hitting that 7 days hard or whatever. You at least stick to your schedule. I didn't stream today and I feel bad. This is a weird this is going to be a weird take. Okay, just brace accordingly. Streaming regularly, like on a bespoke schedule, is a lot like psychologically exercising and getting used to an exercise regimen, where it feels so completely out of the ordinary not to do it that you feel bad when you don't. Like, even if you're not feeling well, you just feel bad. So I get what you mean. How many orange juice do I have left? Orange. I have 27 juices. That's shocking to me, actually. Congratulations. There's a lot of games out there that I want to play, and yet I'm only one sussy robot man on the internet, so it's hard for me to devote the time reasonably. I want to play Stardew Valley on stream. I just think that is good, easy, consumable content for a lot of people, myself included. I would watch a streamer that I enjoy vibe out playing Stardew. Harvest Moon Back to Nature, probably the remaster, also way up there. What else, man? I actually have I have a whole list of games that at some point I would like to play on the channel, even if it's just like one-offs. We don't need to play all the games that I'm thinking of to completion, but just things that would be fun to tune in to, maybe like once or twice. Let me see if I can find that. My team's fine. They don't need me. Xenogears, Xenosaga, which we already kind of played a little bit into. I don't think I'm going to finish Xenosaga, so Xenosaga Stoic fans, I'm sorry. I don't think we're gonna finish it. I've completely forgotten about it. I love the game, don't get me wrong. A lot of good memories with it. It's not parsing anymore. Elden Ring, but I'm probably not gonna play that until Shadows of the Erdtree comes out, and then it's all I'm gonna play. Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, which probably holds up better than it seems. Skies of Arcadia is something I've been sleeping on for about 1,000,000 years. One, because I never had a Dreamcast or a GameCube to begin with. But two, I know that it's like uniquely good. It's one of those games that are like evergreen. Zero Dreams for the PS1, Nier Replicant, which I have but have not played. Last Spell, which is like a turn-based horde tower defense thing in a post-apocalyptic universe. It's very good. You should check it out. Dead Space, the remake. Fire Emblem 3 Houses, even though that's been played to death. Final Fantasy Tactics, that would be probably an easy one. That's easy listening for a lot of people. Fire Emblem 3 Hopes, even though I'm not really a Dynasty Warriors guy. Played Grandia 2. I have it on my Switch. Do they have it on Steam? I'd have to look into it. Not that it necessarily matters, because I would find a way. I played Grandia 1, and I have a lot of good memories with that, and I've heard people talk up and down how great Grandia 2 is, and I've just not allowed myself the time to play it. I know that that's a mistake. Resident Evil 4, the remake, I've barely played through that, even though I have it. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, although that's much more likely because of the remake that's coming out. Final Fantasy 7, the OG version. Last Remnant, which is one of those games that hasn't really circulated too much, even as like a cult classic status type thing, but it also has the main character connects with me in a way that I'm uncomfortable but have to acknowledge, and that he unironically, when he wants to say that something is cool, he says out loud, being fully serious, that's so ace. Imagine you're out with your friends, or more likely on Discord, and you unironically, in response to somebody talking about something, you're like, that is so ace. Okay. That's what the main character is like. Congratulations. We'll pulls for a sec. XP is gonna die. How much time does everyone have? I don't have much time, TBH, so I wouldn't be able to push it past another 20-ish mins. Okay, we should move to crabs. Grandia 2 is better. Grandia 2 Remasters on Steam. Last Remnant is great. I have it on Steam too. And you and I are fucking lucky that we do. I don't know if you know this, but they removed the ability to even buy the Last Remnant. They removed the ability to buy Last Remnant on Steam. Did you know that? You can't buy it anymore. We can still download it. We can still play it. But people are forever unable to officially buy Last Remnant on Steam. What? Why? It's believed because Square Enix, quote unquote, remastered the game for the Switch and PS4. AKA, they took the remastered version off of, like, they took the remastered version on PC, added like I think it was like a fast forward button, and then resold it on Switch and PS4. And my best guess is that they were too lazy to do the same thing for the PC version, so they're just like, nobody's buying it on PC anymore, so just axe it, that we can pretend like it's a whole third brand new thing. That's a travesty. It fucking sucks. Like, if you go to the review section on Steam of The Last Remnant, you can see like a review bomb cascade of people being like, well, this was one of the greatest games of all time, but I'm downvoting it because of Square Enix's completely backwards decision to not let you buy it on Steam anymore. And I disagree with that so highly. I feel obligated to mark it down. It is a travesty. One game that's at the, and I don't know if people care enough to hear this tirade that I'm going on, but I'm just going to keep going until somebody tells me to stop. If you in the channel are watching and you do not care at all about this, like, nothing is happening on screen, but if you don't care, just tell me. Okay, otherwise, like your silence is an action, so I'm going to assume that you care. Valkyria Chronicles 4 is a game that is not new. It's like 4 or 5 years old, but nobody's playing it on stream. Nobody's streaming it. It holds up incredibly well. It needs to be played. So I feel like it is my sworn duty to make sure that there's some visibility on Valkyria Chronicles 4. So I'm going to play that as like a one or twice off thing, unless it gels with people particularly. I played Valkyria Chronicles 1 and 2. It's like an Indiana Jones Kingdom of the Crystal Skull or whatever it's called type situation where people... I am one of those people that's like, I would only ever recommend 1 and 4. I can't, but that said, I can't speak for... Gonna check West Beach. I've never played like I played the PSP ones a little bit and I kind of bounced off of them, to be honest with you. But I loved 1 and 4. I liked 4. I was so sure I was gonna like 4 that I got the collector's edition for it, so I still have like the little anime tank that the main characters drive around. Big fan. F9. Where's F9? F9. F9 it is. It is nighttime. Captain Aloha, do be correct and all that. Stay away from bogey. It's true. Valkyria Chronicles 4 is great. There's only one thing that I don't like about Valkyria Chronicles 4. All the rest of it, I'm 1,000,000% on board about. So, the game implies that you have relationships with your little anime people during World War II times, right? The game suggests that as your relationships with your people develop, that they're going to possibly overcome any kind of skeletons in their closet or the emotional weaknesses that they have, that they're going to become like a better version of themselves, and that you're going to unlock stories to that end. What the game does not tell you is that what they mean by that is that it's whether you unlock their prologues or whatever that get them to change their stats and traits and stuff like that, you need to select them a certain number of times, like 20 or 30 times during any mission at all. So it leads to this very stupid feeling situation where you're starting a mission and you're like, I want to play this person's prologue, so I'm going to do nothing but sit still with the character and just select them over and over and over and over again until I'm sure that I've unlocked their shit. That does not feel good. It's also not intuitive. You would think that, oh, well, if I'm going to develop their relationships, they obviously mean that I need to make sure that certain people are grouped together, play near each other, and so on and so forth. Like, there's mechanics in game that represent that, like giving each other cover fire and things like that, but That's literally the only thing. The rest of the game is great. Trails in the Sky, which is a whole series that I've slept on. Other Side, which is a very emotionally spooky psychological horror turn-based punishing RPG thing. Resident Evil 2, Grandia 2 is also on the list. Shadow Hearts series, even though both I and the people that were watching when I was playing Shadow Hearts kind of like bounced off of that. But maybe there's hope for it. I don't know. Breath of Fire 3 or 4. Final Fantasy 12, the Zodiac version. Wild Arms 3. Wild Arms Ultra Code F, the Dot Hack series, the OG ones, the turn-based ones. I have The Last Remnant in here twice, apparently. Soul Hackers 2. Plague Tale Requiem, the sequel. Boogie Melodies of Steel 2. Persona 5 Royal, even though I played Persona 5 the original. You guys should take the end. Beast is only killing pugs, and campers are only killing... You guys should take the end? Okay. Oh, this person is suggesting it to us. The end? We don't... We're fine in the middle. No, we're fine in the middle. We don't need to move. Because the crabs are east and west. We're fine. We don't need to go to any end. It doesn't make sense to. Being in the middle makes the most sense. Yakuza series, even though I'm not really like a Yakuza, aka like a Dragon series kind of guy. Are we all here? Looks like we are. Level sync to... Let's level sync to the 14 for safety. I think we're okay. I appreciate it, though. Happy face. Super Mario RPG is one of those games that I feel obligated, like, morally to play when it gets remade. Front Missions, Final Fantasy Tactics is apparently in here a second time. Digimon World Next Order, I don't really know if that would gel with people. Caligula Effect 2, Evil Within 2, Saga Frontier 2, Brave Fencer Musashi, Jade Cocoon. Yeah, there's a lot of content here, for sure. Shining Resonance Refrain. Is that the one with like the insanely opaque combat system? I feel like it is. Let me look it up. I don't remember it. Oh, I forgot to add. Stasis Bone Totem, which is like a atmospheric horror point and click. Let's see. What is it? Shining Resonance? Shining Resonance Refrain? It is not. I don't know what this is. This is not what I was thinking of at all. It looks like there are waifus in it. That's pretty poggers. I do enjoy me some waifus. Oh. That's totally fine. Hit me. I'm ready. What are these weak to? Lightning and ice. 13. Calculate skill chains. Really? Rock throw creates distortion? That's weird. But sure, whatever. I'm still gonna roll with Claw. That's what I know. All right, go get him. What is happening? Go get him. I don't know what was happening there. I was mashing, and yet it didn't even matter. Is that MP4? Maybe I just put BT on attack. Or maybe I don't do that. Maybe I do that. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Let's just do it. My instinct is telling me to do it. I'm gonna be fighting things normally so much. BT.
Fan the flames.
BT.
Mold the metal. We are raising
Oh
an
my
army.
god, ALR, thank you so much. Before, I was just pogging a little bit, and now I am doing it out of my gourd. I hope that you had a fantastic stream, my friend. You definitely deserve it. You are one of the best. Hashtag ALR52 for life. I hope that you slaughtered the other 51 ALRs in spectacular fashion. They can't hold a candle to you, my friend. That's all I know. Hello, ALR followers. My name is Stoic. I am a strange robot man in a toga, and I do variety, or at least claim to. Bread and butter is Final Fantasy 11 on the Horizon 11 server. I know lots of things about stuff, so if you have questions, you know, please hammer me with it, even though I know that ALR is probably a font of knowledge, so you're probably taken care of there anyway. Hey buddy, love you man, I appreciate you. It was a great stream. Lulu broke my heart. They are dead, I reign supreme. Of course, it only makes sense. What is a Lulu? Are you talking about Final Fantasy X? If that's the case, you are not alone. I almost healed the white mage for no reason. I am a fool. On the occasion that I've been raided, I'm going to TOS everyone with Gruda right as it dies. Never mind. I am enjoying Summoner, for sure. And not just because I can summon Gruda and Shiva at will, for reasons that probably speak for themselves. But it feels kind of cute. I don't know. It's very cute. It's like very much a feeling cute, might support you later, or cure you type visual audio mouthfeel. So like I was about to smack you. When? Okay, so that implies that there's a point where you wouldn't smack me. But Final Fantasy 11, Lulu bells. But yeah, Lulu got me through high school years. I'm gonna have to look it up. Lulu bells has zero taste in actors. Let me look up what Lulu bells is. I'm still not parsing it. Lulu bells. Lulu bells lashes, your monthly source for self-love. Treat yourself, moments, and a little bit of luxury. Is this, hang on, is this it? The lash subscription box? I mean, it seems like a pretty good deal. I'm not really like a lash lord or nothing, but you do get a lash perfect curler. And who don't... When does that not pass a vibe check? She's a friend on Horizon. She's toxic to me. Oh. I'm assuming you mean in a fun way. If you mean in a not fun way, I'm just going to go out of my comfort zone to say that I hope that she gets mildly inconvenienced. Not in any way that puts her in any kind of actual physical or ever-present danger. But just like maybe she's like carrying something moderately heavy and she believes that the person in front of her is going to open the door for her, and the person in front of her means well but has no idea that she's there, and that the door accidentally closes on her, so she has that momentary uncertain feeling that the person in front of her did it on purpose when actually they didn't, and then they apologize and open the door for her. Inconveniencing her for only like maybe 2 or 3 seconds, but you know, there's that moment of discomfort. So yeah, I would like to apologize for that statement I just made. It wasn't in good keeping. It's not who I am. It's not my brand, TM. She told me to get on my knees earlier. It's I don't know. Did she step on you? Ooh woo. Like what was the environment? Like what was a were you into it? Bro Stoic, what are you rambling about? What do I ever ramble about, man? Literally nothing that matters. If you want content, if you want something that's like helpful to you, there's a dedicated button for that. Congratulations. I'm just gonna stare at Garuda for a minute. Because who would not? Yeah.
What's an anime?
On my back with heels? Oh my god, I wish that were me. So true, bestie. This party is only going to last another 15-20 minutes or so. All things said, for a Dunes party, this definitely averages out in the top 20 out of 100. People didn't die. People got into a flow state very early on. Nobody's commenting on the fact that this summoner doesn't seem to know what he's fucking doing. And I'm going to RP as if the reason is that I'm doing better than it seems. We're gonna claw here. Claw. There should be enough time. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Poggers.
Bingo! That's fucking teamwork!
When do I get to break out the Diabolos, even though he's prohibitively more expensive than other summons, and I don't know why. It just seems like he's 1 to 2 MP more expensive than the others, even Fenrir. I think Fenrir is the same base cost as the others. So I don't get what. God damn, dude, the one hit that the little bacon, you could tell his heart rate increased about 40%. I'm getting clipped like that. No pun intended. That crab really got him in a pincer movement, didn't it, folks? That's one way to get bacon out of a shell.
Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm a little lad who loves berries and cream.
I'm a clown. Hear me bang. Hear me. I am a monkey. I'm here to bang my cymbals. That one hit, it took him down to less than half health, man. It's such a vibe to be a Tarataru in a world of imagination like this. ALR fans, I know that it's very strange to watch any streamer other than your bespoke one for any length of time. So if you stuck around for these last 5, 6, 7 minutes, I appreciate you deeply. If you feel like there's even a remote chance that you might watch me in future based off of the amount of word salad that's coming out of my mouth right now, make sure you mash that follow button. You can always decide if I suck later. But as long as you're happy doing what you feel is best, that's ultimately what I want. That's all I've ever wanted. That's all I've ever wanted, chat. It's just for you to be happy. I'm basically like your adoptive dad, you know? I'm like your adoptive dad, and I understand that you might not appreciate or, you know, might not appreciate or respect me for quite some time, and maybe even ever fully. But I'm here for you, okay? During your most pivotal and emotionally vulnerable moments, I will carry you to the end. And the only thing that I ask in return is just a smile. Sometimes. Why are you so awkward, bud? This is my brand. This is who I am. This is what, if you can believe it, this is why people subscribe to me. I can't turn this shit off. That's why you're still watching. You might not. This is. That's why you're still watching. And however many people are also still watching. I don't actually know the numbers, and I don't let myself know for psychological reasons. I unfortunately became your friend before I really got to know the real you, and now I'm stuck. People have been saying that shit to me for years, and yet they still ask to hang out with me. Make it make sense. I get asked semi-regularly, why are you the way that you are? And my follow-up question in my head, because it's rude to say this out loud, but I mean, you're still sticking around. There's got to be a reason, right? It's because you're addicted to the cringe. There is a part in each and every one of us that thrives off of cringe. Okay, so I've got like this market cornered in my small streamer space where I am very awkward. Okay, because I understand social convention well enough, and that's it's easy for me to tap into that. So I can play with the cringe at my own expense. And what's not to love about that? What's not to love, man? The other half of it is that there's literally nothing I can do about it, because this shit is hard baked into my personality by now. All formative memories, all paths have led to this moment. It's just occurred to me that I'm not going to get Cure 2 until Miss Beach. Until what, 22? Something like that?
Rockin' stove!
I want to keep a summon out all the time. I think that the hardest part for me adapting to this summoner existence is me getting a feel for when I should have my summon out and parsing that with how much HP the mob seems to have left. Generally speaking, lizards are not that tough. Snippers are tough enough, or crabs in general, that I'll be able to pretty reliably tell when I have enough time to get a summon out to do something. Go on, hit him. Hit him, do something. Hit him. Burning Blade? Can't use that. I hate that for me. Such is life, though. There definitely seems to have been an uptick in the amount of MP that summons take versus just a few levels ago. Before, it was only taking me 1 MP when I'm juiced up. Alright, I guess we have to... Captain is not going to do the thing, so... I just gotta accept that that's the case. Oh, man. I should be able to cast Arrow 2 and stuff now, right? Like, they get that at... Like, if they combo, I should be able to do it, right? Summon, Rama, Thunder 2. Okay, so they can cast. They can cast. So now I just have to think about bursting. I have to think about bursting too. No problem. I'm getting one more tick. The Callium's expense. All right, go get him. Go get him, Tiger. I forget what detonation is. What is that, Earth? Or wind? I don't know why it's not telling me. Rest in peace, Callium. Would you prefer Hero or would you like Callion? Or maybe it's like an artist formerly known as Prince type situation. Artist formerly known as Hamilton. That's probably too soon, I know. I'll just call you K-Dogs. You wouldn't mind, right? Is it even worth getting Carbuncle out to just cast Healing Ruby? I feel like it is. I feel like I'm spending... Like, he does, like, a cure's worth of healing, and that's it. Anyway. Okay, apparently I'm the main cure in this situation. That's not great for me. Maybe it's like an opportunity cost thing. Ooh. Woo. Let's get Carbuncle out. We have the MP for it. It's fine. We can just slam back another orange juice. TBH, LOL. Can he not? Can he not cast from there? Oh, he can cast from there. This is just a weird headspace for me to be in. So they have a distance that they can cast those buffs on. What is it, like 10? So we can just get rid of her. It's fine. Is it? Okay, he is healing. For some reason, I thought the white mage was not healing yet. And that was going to be big old booties, as they say. I'm already hungry. I had like 2 bananas, not even like an hour ago. What's going on with this? I guess I could have one of those jalapeno eggs I've been tucking away for a rainy day. I do have more rice cakes. I did pick up more, not sponsored by the way, more Quaker Oats, cinnamon apple, and caramel and chocolate rice cakes, but like I'm kind of caked out, you know what I mean? It's possible to get too caked out when you're slamming back the rice Ks, as they say. Everybody says that, the RKs. People that are in the know call them RKs. You can call them Rickies for short. And people are like, what's a Ricky? And then you basically just like laugh at them. You just give them like, you just give each other like a knowing glance. You're like, guy doesn't know what Ricky's is. Pass the... pass the animal... Sorry, fuck. Pass the apple cinnamon Rickies, please. Jalapeno pickled eggs, your stank ass. My body's adapted to my diet, so it's not as stinky as you think. The jalapeno pickled eggs absolutely do not smell great, and not because they're bad. They're well within their expiration. It's just because they're fucking jalapeno pickled, which I didn't even know was a thing. That has your wife's body? What do you mean? I don't even understand the context that you're... I don't get the question. She's not disaffected by the jalapeno eggs. She won't go anywhere near them. Your body is used to the stank. It's not stinky. When you and I go to TwitchCon and Mr. Bezos himself introduces us as small upcoming streamers, you can sniff me all you want and you'll be able to tell that it has no effect. Basically no effect. Basically, like, you're not even gonna notice it a little bit. I might give you like a pocket egg, like, so that you can see for yourself.
Oh my god!
so you can see for yourself. That's not that bad. I guess I should get Groot out, huh? Yeah, that sounds right. What is detonation? Is detonation win? Oh, I see. It shares a cooldown with blood packs. That makes sense. It makes sense that he wouldn't be able to whip the effing thing out and then capitalize on it in the same breath. I do plan on streaming Cyberpunk when it comes out. I'm only gonna do like a 1 or 2 offshoot of it. Cyberpunk is already out. I misspoke. The Liberty expansion. I'm interested to see what it looks like with all the improvements, because I thought it was all right. When I played through it a little bit, I gelled with the universe. I thought it was very well set up and presented. Congratulations. I just sort of maneuver to other things. I think Dark Souls, even though that's the case always, pretty much. Do me a favor, chat, and watch this.
Poggers.
Very good. Almost there. I can feel it. Time to get Groot out. Go get her. Or him. I don't know. Check the underside of the crab. That is a lot of damage, though, man. I'm pretty happy with that. I've always known them to do a lot of damage, but I very rarely ever see... maybe I see like 3 or 4 summoners out of 10 actually take advantage of skill chaining and stuff like that. I've seen even less magic burst. I don't know. Can summons do anything more advanced than the second tier? They can. They just have to be level 60 in order to do higher tier versions. Interesting. We did MB parties all the way up to 62. Even like a bazillion years later, the concept of skill chaining is just such a eldritch knowledge thing. Because the only way to figure out how it works is by looking at a fucking chart. So if that's all you've ever had, unless you're very used to it, you have to spend like 20 minutes trying to figure out what you can or cannot do, and if you even should. The only reason that I'm pretty on top of skill chaining in general, regardless of what my job is because of a combination of my chains add-on telling me if in fact something will work. A website from 2009 that tells me if it'll work or if it could work, and then I basically have to look at the chains add-on to make up the difference as far as Horizon specific changes. That website is a bomb. If anyone is ever curious and they're not familiar with me or the add-ons that I use, you can type at any point !Horizon to see a breakdown and links for all add-ons that I use, including whether I turn them on into the launcher if they're a part of the launcher already. The skill chain website, I'm just gonna grab it real quick since I'm already thinking about it and we're between fights right now. What is it? Helpful sources. I already have it on here somewhere. I just don't remember where. Magitech Army. There we go. It's gonna tell you that the site is not safe, but it is, as far as I can tell. I mean, nothing's ever happened to me or my credit card accounts or my bank account or my social. My identity has never been stolen. I'm good to stop anytime. Probably next 3 fights. And can call it. That's the same one I've used. I would be completely useless if I did not have that calculator. That calculator is the only one that I can tell it, show me what I'm capable of doing. I also want to include level 2 skill chains or limit it to seeing only level 2 skill chains to show me what's possible between all these different jobs. Other skill chain calculators that I've seen just are not intuitive in the way that this one is. I would be very sad. I would be very sad if it ever goes down. No, I didn't want to. She can't use claw from there, man. Oh my god, I just wasted it. Oh, I just wasted claw, dude. I pressed the wrong button, even though one immediately follows the other, and it's not really, it's not really rocket science. I still fucked it. There we go. At least Garuda was able to go outside the Pokeball for a minute. Wow, this guy stinks. It's so true. I bet this is his first time playing Summoner. What a noob. Has he never played the video game before? Point and laugh. Laugh at his stupid glowy eyeballs. Who even uses a VTuber without a moving mouth? Who does that? I joke. Very happy with the choice. This character is basically exactly the way that I envisioned it in my head. I like to think that it's both, like, it's a mix, like straight split down the middle between visually interesting and Uncanny Valley. Alright, we're just gonna focus on healing for now until anybody gets up to TP standards. Probably gonna kill 2 more, and then we will call it. Last time I mentioned it, I'll promise, if you're coming from ALR and you've liked my stuff so far, clicking the follow button not only updates you when I'm around, it helps the algorithm find other people who might like this stuff too. And it would mean a lot to me. Otherwise, I will catch you on the flip the next time ALR raids me. If he ever if he ever sends anybody to me after the very sketchy things that's coming out of my mouth for the last hour and a half. When did Raiders get in here? Like an hour ago? Something like that? Alright, I should have Garuda out. I should have had Garuda out like 20 seconds ago. Alright, now press the button in the orders that make sense. Alright, go for it. Go for it, do it. No! That's actually fine. I should be able to capitalize on that. I should just have Shiva out if it's going to be that type of situation. Bacon is just auto-running into the trees. Look at him go. He's so majestic. Oh, fuck. Captain's gonna die. Why is he AFKing into the trees? We can call it there, I think. Everyone did a super good job. Plot on whatever you want. If Bacon is okay, AFK, wait incoming. Why did you pull? Why did you pull the healer's AFK? Oh, okay. Why? You're the healer now? It's all come full circle, just like you planned it. It's so true. I did believe that I would have Cure 2 when I was expected to be a main healer. But that's fine. I'm gonna need to get Carbuncle out, I think. I'm gonna have to get Carbuncle out. People are dying. People are straight up dying. Oh boy. Is this like an IT? It is incredibly tough. Oh my god. Oh my god. Time to invincible. Invincible. You're gonna want it invincible, man. We have to be gamers. We have to be gamers. I have to game. I'm gaming. Why did he go AFK? Did he say AFK'd? I would 2-hour here, but it's gonna pull the other clipper. Okay, so far people have not died yet. I'm curing literally every opportunity that I have. Healing Ruby is coming up. We're now playing Korean StarCraft 2 esports. I'm curing. Carbuncle's curing. You cure. I cure. He cures. She cures. We all cure. Maybe this will do it. Abilities, Pet Command, Blood Pact Rage, Searing Light. All right, go get him. Okay. That did a lot of damage. That did a lot more damage than I expected. That did a lot more damage than I expected. I did not expect the Searing Light to take him down to 30%. That was not... I did not believe that was in the cards for me. Just very, very cautiously. Okay. We should be good. It is still pissed off. It's still pissed off at Carbuncle. Woohoo, Summoner main heal. This is actually the fact that I still am wielding a pocket hospital is for sure gonna pay off here, and the fact that people are not gonna wipe in the 19th hour or the 9th hour, or however that's framed. Oh my god. Congratulations. Alrighty. Good job, all. Thank Christ I keep 2 Vile Elixirs, Ray Razors, Pro Ethers, Echo Drops, about 1,000 orange juice. My goodness. Got a little bit of adrenaline going on. Okay. It's time to rest. And we're gonna send you off to somebody else. Thank you guys for coming out. Been very productive. Like I said, I'm gonna take all the stuff they talked about in the beginning. At some point in the near future, I'm gonna chop it all up, put it into a playlist for completely new players to Final Fantasy 11, and then put it out into the world. And if it helps even one person, then it's been worth it. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Regional Equivalent. It's gonna be Friday is our next stream. We're going to be doing Dynamis for literally the first time ever, period, in the entirety that I played this game, which is way too long. Never done Dynamis. It's going to be my first time, and it should be fine. The group that I'm going to be doing it with seem very experienced with it, and they seem very chill, which is the best possible combination for somebody that is going into pure endgame content with no prior experience. Saturday is going to be a whole ass thing. It's going to be an endurance stream / me testing to see if my ISP has actually fixed all the issues I've been having. 2 p.m. Barotrauma multiplayer. 4 to 5 p.m. is going to start Lies of P, and then 7 p.m. is probably going to be more Final Fantasy 11 summoning, because the XP band is not going to use itself. Who you're going to go to Dino with? A group called, and please forgive me, I think it's called Fun with Jugs. I know some people in it, and they've been nothing but cool. And I also did my due diligence, and I didn't see any kind of drama in the back end about them. So, no reason for me to believe that it's going to be anything except a good experience. We're going to be doing Dynamis Juno, from what I understand. I'm 99% sure it's going to be Juno. I have no frame of reference for if that's harder or easier than normal. We'll sync off. Fun with Jugs, as their name implies, is that they are disproportionately heavy on people that play Summoner and Beastmaster. So if it lines up with what you're describing, then it should be like fitting a rectangle block into a square hole as much as you can. All right, let me find somebody to send you guys off to. Thank you so much for coming out. I greatly appreciate your support, as always. It's been a long time since we sent anybody over to a Yame, so let's just do that. She, according to her description, is harvesting at the moment. So who doesn't love to watch a little bit of harvesting? Can you even do Juno? I asked, and I said I didn't complete the other ones, and they said that it would be fine. I also thought that I would need to complete the other starter zones, but apparently it doesn't matter. Raid Ayame Cat. I will see you guys on Friday. Thank you so much for coming out. Have a great one. Say hi to Yame for me. Goodbye, my friends. Make sure that you follow me if you like my stuff and you want updates on when I'm around. Otherwise, bye. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. I'm sending you over now. Bye, 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 bye. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Get out of here. Get out of here. Bye. Goodbye. Bye, 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 bye.